Hello, dear friends. Tonight we gather in this quiet space, letting the world fade softly outside your window. I invite you to settle into your favorite chair, or perhaps lie back under a gentle blanket and allow your breath to slow with each passing moment. If you feel drawn, please like this video and subscribe so others seeking peace may find it too. Share in the comments where you are joining from tonight. Your small presence reminds us all of the gentle connection we share. Before we begin, dim the lights. Feel the warmth of your home. Maybe let the cool night breeze drift through an open window and hear the distant whisper of leaves. Let your body sink into calm and your mind lean towards stillness. Tonight, we will walk together through soft hours of reflection, following the subtle ways God moves through our lives, quietly comforting and healing. Even in the hush of evening, a soft yearning stirs. The sun had just begun its slow descent, spilling golden light across the fields, brushing each blade of grass and leaf with a gentle, warm glow. An elderly man sat on the wooden porch of his small home, a cup of tea resting between his hands. Steam curled upward, catching the light in delicate spirals. His fingers traced the rim of the cup absent-mindedly, as though following the rhythm of some inner prayer. Around him, the world held its breath. Birds had retreated to their nests, and the distant hum of cicadas gave way to the whisper of wind moving through the trees. He closed his eyes briefly, letting the cool breeze brush against his cheeks, carrying the soft, earthy scent of the garden. The subtle fragrance of roses and lavender lingered in the air, mingling with the warmth of the fading sun. In this quiet, he felt the gentle tug of longing, a desire not for grand miracles, but for closeness, for reassurance, for the simple comfort of God's presence in the ordinary, unfolding hours of life. On the porch railing beside him rested a small, weathered Bible. Its leather cover bore the impressions of years of use, the edges softened by decades of turning pages. He opened it slowly, letting his eyes linger on familiar verses, their words flowing over him like a quiet stream. Each sentence seemed to settle gently in his heart, offering a whisper of hope. That even the silent moments of doubt and fatigue were seen, held, and loved by God. The swing creaked softly as he shifted his weight, the motion hypnotic, lulling him into reflection. Across the yard, a single sparrow hopped among the fallen leaves, pausing to peck at a seed. Its small, careful movements held a kind of sacred grace, reminding him that the smallest life carries the touch of divine care. He smiled faintly, a warmth rising in his chest, as if the simple acts of the world around him, wind, leaves, birds, were invitations to notice the quiet work of God in everything. He traced the outline of the cup with a finger once more, and in the movement felt a subtle rhythm, echoing the heartbeat of the world. The light shifted, soft shadows playing across the porch floor, and he imagined the sun itself folding into the horizon like a gentle hand, tucking the day to rest. In this small sanctuary of time and space, he allowed himself to hope, for guidance, for patience, for the courage to trust even when the way forward was uncertain. A soft sigh escaped him, barely audible over the whispering trees. He leaned back into the wooden chair, feeling the slow, steady pulse of life beneath him. Somewhere deep inside, a quiet assurance began to take root, the recognition that God's presence does not always arrive in dramatic waves, but in gentle currents that sustain and nurture almost imperceptibly, yet endlessly. As the sky deepened into a tapestry of twilight blues and purples, he lifted his gaze to the first stars appearing in the east. Each twinkle seemed to carry a tiny promise, a reminder that no heart is truly alone, that even in shadow there is light, even in silence there is communion. The world was turning slowly, quietly, and in that gentle motion he felt a profound sense of being cradled, of being watched over and held safe. The breeze picked up slightly, carrying the scent of damp earth and the distant warmth of wood smoke from a neighbour's chimney. He closed his eyes again, letting the sounds and smells wash over him, and whispered a prayer, soft, unhurried, intimate. "Thank you," he murmured, "for this day, for this quiet, for the life still unfolding around me. Thank you for being near, even when I cannot see." The porch swing rocked slowly, the cup of tea steaming faintly on the side table. He felt the world pause in its gentle rhythm. In this quiet, in this small stillness, he rested. Shadows stretched across the wooden planks, folding the day into night. And in that darkness he discovered the subtle, persistent warmth of God's presence, steady and unwavering, a companion in the hush, a quiet light in the softening evening, soft wind through pine trees. He lingered there a moment longer, breathing deeply, letting the warmth of the tea seep into his hands and the warmth of God's presence seep into his heart. Slowly, the night settled around him, carrying with it a gentle invitation to trust, to rest, to listen, and to be still. Softly he whispered once more, his words fading into the quiet. "I am here. I am watching. I am with you." And for the first time in hours, he allowed himself to release the day completely, letting the peace of God cradle him as twilight gave way to the serene embrace of night. In the quiet of the evening, each small moment carries a gentle whisper of God. The sky deepened further into twilight, painted with soft washes of lavender and rose, fading slowly into the tender darkness of night. The porch swing creaked under the gentle weight of the old man, who had leaned back into its familiar rhythm. The cup of tea from earlier had cooled to a soothing warmth, its faint aroma mingling with the earthy scent of the garden after a soft afternoon rain. The air was still, carrying the faintest touch of moisture and the fragrance of damp soil, a subtle reminder of the life thriving quietly all around him. He closed his eyes, inhaling slowly, letting the sensations settle in his chest. The birds had finished their evening songs, retreating to the hidden branches, yet a single cricket's chirp offered a steady cadence to his thoughts. Each sound seemed purposeful, a soft punctuation in the vast expanse of the coming night. He reflected on the simplicity of the day, the small blessings of a neighbour's smile, the gentle rhythm of water dripping from the eaves, the warmth of sunlight through the open window earlier. Each was like a quiet note in a symphony composed by God himself, subtle but unmistakably present. From the corner of his porch, a small lantern flickered, casting delicate shadows across the wooden planks. The flame danced as a playful shadow against the walls, illuminating the edges of leaves, the subtle textures of worn wood, the small cracks that had formed over years of seasons passing. Shadows deepened in the garden, giving shape to the trees and shrubs, as if each branch and leaf had been painted with soft brushes of night. He watched, mesmerized by this quiet artistry, and felt a soft reassurance settle in him. God's care was evident in these small, unnoticed details, in the careful arrangement of light and shadow, in the tender persistence of life. He reached over to the Bible lying beside him, fingers brushing the textured leather, tracing the familiar indentations from decades of use, opening to a favorite passage. He read slowly, savoring each word, as if letting it melt into his being. "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want," he whispered, his lips barely moving. The cadence of the words matched the gentle swing of the chair, each syllable a small echo of the divine presence, a quiet assurance that he was seen and known. He paused often, letting the meaning sink into the quiet spaces of his mind and heart. In the distance, the sound of the stream meandering through the valley reached his ears, soft and steady, a natural lullaby. Water splashed lightly over smooth stones, each ripple reflecting a glimmer of the last light, creating a shimmer that danced across the surface before being swallowed into the gentle darkness. He imagined the tiny droplets, each a small messenger of life, moving with purpose yet without haste, a mirror of God's patient and caring hand guiding all creation. A gentle breeze drifted through, carrying the subtle scent of pine and damp earth, brushing across his face as if to remind him that he was part of this living, breathing world, cherished and cradled by the divine. A small garden cat, soft as the night itself, padded lightly along the edge of the porch. It brushed against his ankle with a quiet purr, a tiny life seeking comfort and warmth. He smiled, stretching his hand toward the cat, feeling the warmth of its fur and the gentle rhythm of its contentment. This small act, almost trivial to some, felt like a quiet echo of God's love, subtle, persistent, and tender. He gently stroked the cat's back, feeling a shared calm settle between them, a mutual acknowledgement of presence and care. His thoughts drifted to memories of past evenings, of family gathered in laughter and conversation, now faded into gentle nostalgia. He thought of children's small hands pressing against his, of stories told softly by lamplight, of quiet prayers said in rooms now empty. Yet in this solitude, he did not feel alone. Each memory seemed threaded with the constant presence of God, weaving a tapestry of care, continuity, and quiet reassurance. He recognized that even in silence, God's hand was active, molding, sustaining, and enfolding life with patient grace. From the porch, he looked to the distant hills, their silhouettes etched against the darkening sky. The wind moved through the trees, carrying the soft sound of leaves brushing together, a whisper of eternity in every motion. The stars had begun to peek through, shy at first, then bold, scattering the heavens with points of gentle, steady light. He traced a pattern with his gaze, imagining each star as a small word of assurance, each light a promise of steadfast love. The enormity of the universe did not overwhelm him. Instead, it deepened his sense of connection, a reminder that every small life, every quiet heart was held in God's unending gaze. His eyes lingered on the garden one last time, noticing a single dewdrop suspended on a blade of grass, catching the faint starlight. It trembled gently in the breeze, yet did not fall, suspended by the invisible hand of balance. He thought of the parallels to his own life, of the ways in which unseen support had held him through years of uncertainty, loneliness, and fleeting joy. And he realized that God's care was like that dewdrop, delicate, unnoticed by the busy world, yet steadfast and sustaining. He folded his hands lightly over the cup of now cool tea, letting its warmth anchor him. A soft sigh left his lips, a silent conversation with the Creator. Words were unnecessary. The quiet was prayer enough. He felt the gentle rhythm of his heartbeat align with the rustle of leaves, the distant babble of the stream, the tiny flicker of lantern light. In that alignment, he discovered a profound serenity, a sense of being part of a larger story that was tender, continuous, and filled with quiet love. The night deepened, and the porch seemed to shrink into a small universe of light, shadow, and gentle presence. The old man leaned back fully, letting the soft swing rock him, a slow, comforting motion. He felt the world dissolve into its natural rhythms, the wind, the stars, the night creatures, each a whisper of life, moving gently under God's care. He breathed deeply, inhaling the cool air and exhaling a lifetime of tension, letting each breath remind him of the sustaining presence that never wavered. Soft rustle of leaves and distant owl hoot. As he closed his eyes, he allowed himself to simply be. Thoughts drifted by like leaves on a stream, unhurried, unjudged. The weight of the day fell away, replaced with a gentle awareness of being cradled, seen, and held. He whispered a quiet Amen, a soft thankfulness for the stillness, the light, the life, and the ongoing presence of God. The night held him gently, wrapping him in a calm that seeped into every fibre, every corner of the soul. He lingered there, letting the world breathe around him, letting the night stretch and fold softly into dawn yet unseen. And in this quiet, unbroken communion, he felt a deep, tender peace, a reminder that he was never truly alone, and that in every small movement, every whispering wind, every glimmer of starlight, God was near, faithful and gentle, forever present, forever caring. Softly the old man whispered, "Thank you for being here." And for the first time in hours, he let sleep begin its slow descent, carrying him into the embrace of night, his spirit resting quietly in the certainty of divine love and unwavering care. As darkness deepens, God's presence lingers in every whisper. The moon had risen pale and steady, spilling soft silver light across the quiet fields. Shadows stretched long, blending the edges of trees, fences, and garden hedges into one gentle tapestry. In the stillness, even the air seemed to breathe slower, carrying the delicate scent of damp earth and faint wildflowers. On the old man's porch, the swing swayed lightly, almost imperceptibly, as though moved by a careful hand unseen, and he settled into its familiar rhythm, letting the gentle motion calm the thoughts that still lingered from the day. A single lantern flickered on the table beside him, the flame wavering softly in the night breeze. Its warmth spread in concentric circles, painting the nearby wooden planks in soft shades of gold and amber. He traced the patterns of light with his eyes, noticing the tiny imperfections, the small knots and scratches that spoke of years of seasons passing and hands that had touched this porch over decades. Each mark was a quiet testament to life, to care, to continuity, and to God's gentle watch over all that is ordinary and unseen. The distant sound of water trickling over stones in a nearby brook offered a steady, soothing rhythm. He imagined each droplet glinting with starlight, carrying a message of patience and persistence, of life moving forward quietly yet purposefully. The rhythm mingled with the soft chirp of crickets, the occasional rustle of leaves, and the faint whisper of night birds calling to one another. In these simple sounds, he felt an unspoken assurance, a reminder that life is always present, always gentle, always sustained by a hand unseen yet intimately near. He reached for the Bible lying open beside him, fingers brushing the worn leather cover familiar from years of touch and devotion. He turned to a passage that had long brought him comfort. "Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest." He read slowly, letting the words linger in the spaces between each breath. The language was quiet, tender, a soft balm to the mind and heart. He allowed each syllable to sink in, imagining God's voice carrying through the still night, wrapping around him like a shawl of warmth, steady and unchanging. From the edge of the garden, a faint rustle drew his attention. A small rabbit moved cautiously through the shadows, its ears twitching at every sound. It paused, sniffing the air, before hopping lightly toward the patch of clover near the fence. He smiled, noting the delicate grace of its movements, the simple, purposeful way it navigated the dark. He thought of the many small creatures around him, moving quietly yet fully alive, entirely cared for without effort or worry. And he understood, in a quiet, profound way, that this care was reflected in his own life. The porch swing creaked slightly as he shifted, the sound soft but grounding. He sipped from a cup of warm tea, feeling the gentle heat seep into his chest, anchoring him in the present. The steam curled lazily upward, catching the lantern light and vanishing into the night. Each sip was a meditation, each breath a prayer. In the simplicity of these small actions, holding the cup, feeling its warmth, noticing the movement of steam, he discovered a kind of holy rhythm, an invitation to linger in presence and patience. He looked toward the horizon where the darkened fields met the night sky, noticing the subtle shimmer of dew on the tall grass. Tiny beads of moisture clung to each blade, reflecting moonlight in soft, scattered glimmers. He thought of how carefully God had fashioned these details, the patience and care woven into every corner of creation. He imagined the dew being a quiet letter from God to the world, a reminder that even the smallest things are noticed, even the faintest lives are cherished. As he sat, he reflected on the many small blessings of his own life, the gentle voice of a neighbor offering a kind word, the quiet companionship of a faithful pet, the lingering memory of children's laughter in years gone by. These moments, often overlooked, now seemed to form a mosaic of divine care, each one a soft thread connecting him to something far larger than himself. He realized that the ordinariness of life was itself extraordinary, a quiet echo of God's ongoing presence. A breeze drifted across the porch, carrying the delicate scent of evening blossoms, the subtle perfume of jasmine and honeysuckle, mingling with the faint, earthy aroma of night soil. He leaned back, letting the air brush against his face, and felt a gentle shiver of awareness that life itself was a prayer, and every breath a word in an ongoing conversation with God. Each leaf trembling in the wind, each insect chirping in the distance, each star winking in the sky, seemed to affirm this sacred rhythm. He thought of his own moments of doubt and distance, the nights when sleep had been elusive, and his heart had carried heavy thoughts. Yet now, in the quiet communion of the evening, he understood that these restless hours were met with steady love, patient and unwavering. God's presence did not demand loud acknowledgement, nor did it disappear in human silence. It persisted, gentle and unshakable, waiting for the heart to notice, to open, to rest in trust. From the shadows of the nearby trees, the faint hoot of an owl punctuated the stillness, a gentle reminder that even the night carries watchful care. He imagined the owl as a silent guardian of the hours, eyes bright in the darkness, attentive, steady. And he considered that God's vigilance was much the same, constant, unseen, perfectly attuned to the needs and rhythms of the world. The lantern flickered again, casting playful shadows across the porch floor. He traced them with his eyes, seeing familiar shapes shift subtly in the light. In this gentle movement he sensed the constant flow of life, nothing stagnant, nothing fixed, yet everything held, shaped and protected. His heart quieted further, sinking with the calm pulse of the night, the rhythm of leaves in the breeze, the steady trickle of the stream, the muted stirrings of creatures in the garden, all blending into a seamless hymn of existence. He closed the Bible lightly, feeling the warmth of its presence and the comforting weight of the words he had read. he reached for the small notebook that often lay nearby and scribbled a line or two of reflection, a quiet note of gratitude, a brief acknowledgement of God's care in unseen ways. Each written word felt like a soft tether, a gentle reminder that his awareness, his mindfulness, his simple acts of noticing were themselves a form of worship. The night stretched on, a deep expanse of quiet filled with tender illumination from stars, the moon, and the flickering lantern. He rested his head against the porch railing, watching the slow drift of clouds, the way the night sky seemed to fold and expand simultaneously. In this vastness, he felt simultaneously small and held, a paradox of humility and divine closeness. The pulse of life, steady and gentle, reminded him that nothing is ever truly lost, that even in the shadows, light persists. Gentle wind rustling through pine branches. He whispered softly, a simple prayer of gratitude and surrender, for the unseen guardianship, for the small miracles of ordinary life, for the steady heartbeat of the world around him. His breathing slowed further, synchronizing with the soft nocturnal symphony, until thoughts began to drift like leaves on a quiet stream. The cool air brushed against his skin, the faint scent of earth and bloom enveloped him, and the lantern's light flickered gently, casting comforting warmth across the wooden planks. As he let the quiet settle fully, he felt the steady, persistent peace of God wrap around him, filling every corner of his awareness. There was no rush, no urgency, only the soft unfolding of night and the tender continuity of care. And as sleep began to draw him closer, he exhaled a soft, steady sigh, a quiet thankfulness for presence, for life, for divine constancy. His last conscious thought was of the starlight scattering across the fields, and the gentle assurance that in every detail he was seen, known, and quietly held. Softly he allowed himself to drift, carried by the night, cradled by the warmth of lantern light and God's unwavering presence, into the gentle embrace of rest. As the first light of morning brushes the earth, God's presence quietly awakens all around. The first glow of day seeped slowly across the horizon, painting the sky in pale hues of pink and lavender. Dew clung to the blades of grass, shimmering in the early light, each droplet like a tiny prism reflecting the quiet majesty of creation. From the window of a small farmhouse, the warm light spilled into the kitchen, illuminating the wooden floorboards and the well-worn table. A silent witness to years of mornings greeted with gratitude and contemplation. Outside, the air was cool, carrying the gentle scent of pine and earth, tinged with the faint sweetness of early blooms. The wind stirred softly, rustling through the leaves of a nearby maple, creating a tender symphony that harmonized with the faint trill of songbirds awakening in the branches. Each note, delicate and measured, seemed to speak a quiet message of presence, patience, and assurance. A figure emerged from the doorway, wrapped in a soft shawl, and moved slowly toward the garden. The fingers lingered over the tender shoots of herbs and vegetables, brushing lightly against the leaves, feeling the cool moisture of the morning on the skin. In each careful motion, there was a rhythm of reverence, a subtle acknowledgement that life, in all its forms, was a gift tended by both human hands and the hands of God. The kettle hissed softly on the stove, steam curling in delicate ribbons into the morning light. The warmth spread through the room, and the aroma of herbal tea mingled with the crisp, fresh scent of the day. A cup was poured, and the liquid glimmered in the sunlit kitchen, golden and inviting. Each sip was slow, mindful, a meditation on simple sustenance, and a quiet recognition of the God who provides even in the smallest acts. Outside, the garden glistened with dew, and a small robin hopped along the edge of a flower bed, pecking gently at the soil. Its movements were deliberate, precise, and without hurry. Observing this, a sense of serenity settled over the morning. Life's simplicity, the care in small acts, mirrored the divine presence that pervaded even the most ordinary moments. In watching this bird, it became clear that God's touch was in everything. In the rustle of leaves, the shimmer of dew, the gentle sway of branches in the breeze. The small path leading from the porch meandered past the garden, lined with wildflowers whose petals caught the light and trembled softly in the morning air. Each step along the path was a deliberate one, a rhythm that invited reflection and stillness. Hands reached out occasionally to touch the blooms, to feel the texture of petals and leaves, to witness the unfolding of life in miniature. In these tactile, quiet moments, the presence of God seemed more tangible than ever, alive in the sensations, patient in the unfolding, and persistent in care. From the distance came the faint sound of a creek trickling over smooth stones, its melody steady and reassuring. The water caught the morning light in tiny flashes, and the sound itself became a rhythm to anchor the day, a reminder of continuity and sustenance. Kneeling briefly beside the stream, a hand dipped lightly into the cool water, watching it ripple outward, and in the motion felt a gentle echo of grace, a quiet proof that even the smallest acts of connection could be sacred. Breakfast was simple, bread from the oven, golden and warm, sliced carefully and buttered with a slow, deliberate hand. As the first bites were savoured, each chew became a meditation on gratitude, each swallow a small affirmation of life and sustenance. The taste of honey on the bread, rich and mellow, felt like a whisper of sweetness in a world otherwise quiet. The routine of the morning, ordinary in appearance, revealed itself as extraordinary in the presence of attentive hearts and a gentle God. As the sunlight climbed higher, illuminating the farmhouse and the fields beyond, he walked slowly toward the edge of the property, pausing to notice the details. The way the light caught on a spider's web, delicate strands glittering with dew, the subtle flutter of a butterfly emerging from the shadows of tall grass, the way the wind teased the leaves of a lone oak tree, making its branches sway with a slow, deliberate grace. Each of these observations became a prayer in its own right, a quiet meditation on God's craftsmanship in the world. The air carried the faint hum of insects awakening, their subtle movements weaving a soft backdrop of life and energy. The small garden tools leaned against the shed, forgotten for a moment, as attention focused on these ordinary miracles. Each leaf, each bloom, each creature was a part of a larger symphony, a manifestation of care, presence, and order. In witnessing this, the heart found itself aligning with the rhythm of life, easing the tensions and doubts that sometimes lingered in quieter hours. He paused by a small patch of clover and knelt, gently brushing the tiny leaves between his fingers. A bee hovered, moving carefully from flower to flower, and he marveled at the intricacy of its flight, the precision of its movements. Even in this miniature world, God's presence was undeniable, tender, watchful, perfect in detail. The bee's diligence, its attention to each bloom, became a subtle lesson on patience and devotion, and a gentle reminder that small acts, when attended with care, are profoundly meaningful. The morning continued its gentle march, sunlight spilling over the fields in a steady golden stream. The shadows of trees lengthened and shifted with the rising light, and the air carried warmth that contrasted softly with the coolness of the dawn. Each inhalation brought with it a quiet awareness of the body, the breath, and the presence of the divine in every heartbeat. Moments of stillness were interspersed with movement, turning soil in the garden, brushing off dew from the wooden fence, watching a squirrel pause and flick its tail before darting away. At the small pond at the edge of the property, the water's surface mirrored the sky, faint ripples scattering the reflection of clouds across its calm expanse. He knelt briefly at the bank, allowing the water to run slowly through his fingers, feeling its smooth, flowing presence. A sense of continuity, of gentle constancy spread through him, anchoring the mind in the present and softening any lingering anxieties. He imagined God's touch in this same flow, steady and unassuming, a reminder that life and care are always present even in quiet, overlooked places. A small notebook lay nearby and he opened it, writing a brief line of reflection. Thank you, Lord, for this morning, for the small miracles that speak so loudly. The act itself was unhurried, reverent, a way of giving form to gratitude and acknowledging presence. Each word on the page became a soft echo, a quiet testament to God's steadfastness and love. As the day deepened, the morning sounds, birdsong, wind, water, melded into a seamless backdrop. He paused, inhaling deeply, letting the rhythm of life and light sink fully into the body and soul. The world felt vast yet intimate, each detail infused with divine care, each movement of leaf, bird or creature an expression of order, presence and ongoing grace. The sun rose fully, casting warmth across the fields and filling the house with light. He settled again on the porch, hands folded in quiet prayer, eyes tracing the gentle movements of the day. The breeze carried the faint scent of blossoms and earth, and in this moment all was ordered, cared for, and held. Life unfolded with patience and precision, and in witnessing it, he felt a profound stillness, a recognition of God's presence in every leaf, every petal, every breath. Soft birdsong at dawn. He closed his eyes briefly, listening to the subtle chorus of morning life, the rustle of grass, the trickle of water, the soft movements of creatures unseen. And as he exhaled, there was a sense of completion, of being in perfect step with the quiet rhythms of the world. Each breath, each heartbeat, each whisper of wind was a gentle reminder that he was never alone, that every day, every small act was held in God's care and suffused with divine patience and love. In the quiet afternoon, God's gentle presence lingers in every subtle sound and light. The sun had climbed higher now, casting warm, gentle light over the rolling fields. Shadows shifted lazily, stretching across the meadow and tracing the edges of stone paths and wooden fences. The air carried the faint earthy aroma of sun-warmed soil and wildflowers, mingling with the soft rustle of leaves stirred by a tender afternoon breeze. It was a calm that spoke not in words, but in the deliberate, unhurried rhythm of nature itself. A wooden chair sat under the shade of a sprawling oak, its branches forming a natural canopy that filtered the sunlight into delicate patterns on the grass below. He settled into the chair, folding hands in quiet reflection, feeling the warmth of the sun on his face and the soft sway of branches above. In the distant distance, a stream gurgled gently, the water playing over stones, creating tiny bright flashes as it caught the sunlight. Its sound, soft and continuous, anchored the moment in serenity. Nearby, a small cat wandered slowly along the edge of the garden, pausing occasionally to sniff a flower or chase a drifting leaf. Each movement was unhurried, deliberate, as though mindful of the quiet majesty around it. Observing, he felt a sense of kinship with the simplicity and attentiveness of life, each act reflecting the care of the Creator. Even in the ordinary movements of creatures, the presence of God felt close, intimate and sustaining. A gentle breeze carried the scent of lavender from a cluster of plants near the porch. He reached down, brushing fingertips lightly over the soft, fragrant leaves, inhaling deeply and allowing the scent to fill his senses. Each breath seemed to draw the divine into the very marrow of his being, a reminder that God's care extends not only to grand acts but to the smallest, most delicate details of life. The afternoon light shifted slowly, making the leaves shimmer, and in this gentle dance he felt a profound quietude, a stillness that spoke of faith, patience, and reassurance. Across the fields, the wheat swayed rhythmically, golden heads bending slightly under the caress of the wind. In the movement, there was a cadence that mirrored the slow, steady beat of a heart attuned to life's quiet rhythms. He walked slowly toward the edge of the field, hands brushing against the grain, feeling the smoothness and the gentle resistance of stalks beneath his fingertips. Each step became a meditation, a prayer woven into motion, and a reflection of trust in God's unseen guidance. A small bench stood at the corner of the field, worn smooth by years of use. Sitting there, he could watch the entire meadow, the way the sunlight traced patterns over the rolling hills, the way the clouds drifted lazily across the pale blue sky, and the way shadows moved in tandem with the subtle breeze. Birds flitted from tree to tree, occasionally diving low to catch an insect, and their delicate calls mingled with the rustle of leaves and the faint gurgle of the stream. In these layered, gentle sounds, he found a sense of continuity, a soft reassurance that all creation moved according to a rhythm far greater than any individual concern. He opened a small book of prayers and read slowly, letting each phrase sink deeply into the mind and heart. Words of gratitude and hope mingled with the afternoon air, carried softly on the wind to the open sky. The act of reading, of speaking aloud in whispers or thought, became a form of communion, a gentle acknowledgement of God's nearness and care. Between the words, he paused often, listening to the faint sounds of life around him, the creak of a branch, the rustle of a small animal in the underbrush, the soft flutter of wings, and felt each sound as a subtle, divine affirmation. The path leading back toward the house was lined with wildflowers, their petals a patchwork of gentle hues nodding lightly in the breeze. He stooped occasionally to examine a blossom, brushing a finger along the soft edges, feeling the texture, noting the subtle variations in colour. In these moments, he reflected on the meticulous care that God puts into every detail of creation, finding comfort in the idea that the same care extends to human life. Each small observation, each act of attentiveness became a meditation, a quiet connection with the divine. A bird, perhaps a finch or a small sparrow, landed on the railing of the porch, tilting its head as it observed him. He stayed very still, watching the creature with gentle eyes. The bird flitted a few steps, chirped softly, and then disappeared into the trees. In this brief encounter, there was a sense of shared presence, a small yet profound reminder that God's creations, both human and animal, participate in the same world, and that noticing them is a way of honoring that unity. The sunlight shifted, casting longer shadows across the garden and porch. In the soft warmth, he poured a glass of cool water and carried it to the bench by the tree. Sitting down, he lifted the glass slowly, watching the light catch the water, and took deliberate sips, feeling the refreshment ripple through the body and mind. Each action, though simple, became a meditation, a form of prayer expressed through presence, attention, and gratitude, The afternoon carried a sense of unhurried completeness, an awareness that peace is cultivated in these quiet, ordinary moments. Nearby, the garden's herbs, thyme, rosemary and basil, released subtle fragrances when brushed lightly by passing hands or the wind. He leaned forward occasionally to inhale, feeling the scent anchor him in the present moment. His thoughts wandered gently, recalling small acts of kindness and moments of prayer from previous days. Each memory carried a quiet lesson, an affirmation of God's enduring presence, and a reminder of the gentle ways that faith guides life, encouraging attention to small acts of care, compassion, and reflection. The stream at the edge of the field caught the light, the surface sparkling with movement. He knelt for a moment, letting fingers trail lightly in the water, feeling the cool flow slip past. The sensation was grounding, calming, a tactile reminder that life, like the water, continues to move and refresh in ways both seen and unseen. Breathing in deeply, he felt a quiet gratitude, the kind that expands silently within, and a sense of God's watchful, tender presence filling the afternoon. A soft breeze moved through the grass, and he closed his eyes, letting the warm sunlight and gentle wind carry away tension, doubts, and the small worries that sometimes gather in the mind. The natural rhythm, the bird calls, the water, the rustle of leaves, wove around him like a gentle lullaby. In this seamless interweaving of senses, he experienced a subtle, abiding peace, a quiet intimacy with the Creator that required nothing more than attention and receptiveness. Even as the afternoon began to wane, the light softened into shades of amber and gold. Shadows lengthened, and the breeze carried a hint of cool evening air. He moved slowly back toward the house, pausing to touch a tree trunk, to feel the rough bark beneath his fingertips, to notice the gentle sway of branches and the tiny movements of leaves catching the last rays of the sun. Each act was a quiet prayer, a meditation on presence, grace, and the unhurried care of God. Soft wind through tall grass. Sitting again on the porch, he allowed the calm to settle fully around him. Each sound, scent, and movement blended into a gentle rhythm, affirming that even in the ordinary passage of an afternoon, God's presence is constant, tender, and sustaining. And in this quiet communion, he felt a renewed sense of trust, serenity, and a deepening connection with the divine care that guides every breath and every heartbeat. As twilight drapes the land, God's quiet whispers settle softly in the heart. The sun had dipped lower, casting a warm, golden haze across the fields. Shadows lengthened, brushing the gentle contours of hills, fences, and the quiet homes nestled between the trees. A soft hush fell over the meadow, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant call of a night bird returning to its perch. The air had cooled just enough to carry the faint aroma of damp earth, mingling with the lingering fragrance of wildflowers, their petals softly closing in the fading light. He wandered along a narrow path, his steps light and measured, each footfall a gentle acknowledgement of the steady world around him. In the distance, a flock of swallows swooped low, catching the last glimmers of sunlight on their wings. He paused, watching the play of shadows and movement, noticing the way their flight seemed to echo an unseen harmony, a rhythm orchestrated by God Himself. Nearby, a wooden bench rested, beneath the protective shade of a maple tree. He sat down slowly, hands folded in quiet reflection, feeling the comforting weight of stillness envelop him. A soft breeze stirred the leaves, causing delicate shadows to dance across the ground. In the subtle patterns he sensed a gentle order, a reassurance that life moves according to a plan beyond human understanding. From the edge of the garden, a small rabbit emerged, cautious and tentative, sniffing the air before hopping gracefully into the meadow. Its soft movements were mirrored by the flutter of butterflies, settling briefly on clusters of flowers before drifting onward. He smiled quietly, feeling the presence of God in the small, tender motions of life that often go unnoticed. Each creature, each plant, each movement seemed to speak a silent message that he is near, attentive and caring, even in the smallest corners of the world. A lantern glowed softly on the porch, its flame flickering gently in the evening breeze. He carried a cup of tea to the edge of the porch and settled into the rocking chair. The warmth of the cup seeped into his hands, a small comfort in the cooling evening. Steam curled upward, dissipating into the soft light, and he breathed in deeply, savoring the simplicity and presence of the moment. The act of holding, sipping, and noticing became a prayer, a meditation in motion, grounding him in the awareness of God's steadfast care. The sky deepened into shades of violet and indigo, the first stars beginning to pierce the darkening canvas. A gentle rustle from the nearby trees announced the movement of a night owl, its wide eyes glowing briefly in the fading light. He watched quietly, feeling the stillness press gently against his soul, a comforting silence that carried the assurance of God's presence. Even in the quiet absence of noise, there was a richness, a fullness that invited contemplation and surrender. A few steps away, a small garden of herbs and vegetables glowed softly in the evening light. He brushed his fingers lightly across basil and thyme, feeling the soft resistance and the delicate textures. The scents rose gently, mingling with the crisp evening air. He paused to inhale fully, noticing the rhythm of his own breath and the slow, steady pulse of the world around him. The small garden, so ordinary and unassuming, became a place of connection, a reminder that even humble acts and quiet spaces are part of a larger divine design. In the distance, a stream reflected the colors of twilight, its surface a mirror to the deepening sky. He knelt and dipped his fingers into the cool water, letting it run slowly through his hands. The sensation was grounding, a tactile affirmation that life flows steadily, that each moment is held within God's care. Around him, the subtle symphony of evening continued, the hum of insects, the gentle murmur of the stream, the distant call of a night bird. These sounds, soft and interwoven, became a lullaby, a hymn of presence and reassurance. The wind shifted, carrying the faint aroma of pine and cedar from the nearby woods. He closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the gentle touch of the breeze against his face, a reminder that even in the unseen, there is a loving presence. Memories of small kindnesses, quiet prayers, and acts of care surfaced, each one a thread woven into the tapestry of a life lived with attention and faith. In these recollections he found peace, a sense of completeness, and a profound sense of God's nearness. Across the fields, the first fireflies began to glow, tiny points of light flickering softly in the dimming evening. He watched them drift lazily through the air, their intermittent illumination a gentle reminder that even the smallest lights can make a difference. In their quiet, steady presence, he felt a reflection of his own capacity for grace, patience, and gentle action, all nurtured and sustained by God's loving hand. A soft creak of the porch swing under his weight, and the faint chirping of crickets blended seamlessly, forming a slow rhythm that carried the mind gently along. Each exhale released tension, each inhalation brought awareness and gratitude. In this interplay of breath, movement, and nature, he felt a subtle, encompassing calm, a quiet, continuous assurance that nothing is truly lost, that God is present in every nuance and that even the slow, silent moments carry meaning and comfort. The lantern's light flickered in time with the gentle wind, casting elongated shadows across the wooden boards of the porch. He traced the patterns with his eyes, noticing the interplay of light and shadow, warmth and coolness, movement and stillness. Each observation became a meditation, a silent conversation with the divine. The ordinary in this quiet hour revealed extraordinary care, intricate and patient, a reassurance that the Creator watches and sustains all things. Even as dusk deepened, he felt the slow shift of day to evening, the transition marked not by abrupt change but by a delicate unfolding. Colours softened, sounds dimmed, and the air grew cooler. Yet within this gentle fading there was an affirmation, a whisper of hope. That night, though dark, is held within God's presence. That stillness, though silent, is full of grace. That each breath, though quiet, carries the pulse of divine attention. He remained seated, hands resting lightly in his lap, eyes half closed, absorbing the gentle cadence of the evening. The world seemed suspended, delicate and unhurried. In the suspension, in the tender, quiet moments of presence, he felt the reassurance of faith, the blessing of God's nearness, and the comforting sense that he was deeply, tenderly held. As evening settles, quiet prayers rise with the soft wind, touching the heart gently. The last traces of sunlight had vanished beyond the horizon, leaving the sky in deep shades of indigo and soft lavender. Stars began their subtle emergence, tiny points of light that twinkled with a quiet, patient brilliance. The cool night air carried the scent of pine and damp earth, a gentle reminder of the ongoing rhythm of the world. He walked slowly along the path behind his home, feet pressing softly against the grass, feeling the slight dew that had gathered on each blade. Nearby, the river murmured over smooth stones, its voice low and steady, a soothing cadence that harmonized with the soft rustle of leaves. He paused, letting the sound fill the spaces in his mind that often felt heavy with worry. The movement of the water, patient and unhurried, reminded him that life, even in its difficulties, flows under God's care. Each ripple seemed to echo a silent blessing, a reassurance that he was not alone, that unseen hands guided and sustained all that lived. A small lantern hanging from a post near the garden gate flickered as the night breeze played around it. Its light danced across the cobblestones and the low-growing flowers, creating tiny, moving shadows that seemed almost like a gentle hymn. He sat on the stone wall beside the lantern, feeling the warmth of its glow on his hands. The subtle, rhythmic sway of the flame mirrored the gentle rise and fall of his own chest. A quiet meditation in light and shadow, warmth and stillness. The garden was alive with small, nocturnal movements. A hedgehog scurried across the edge of the flower bed, disappearing under the low brush, while moths hovered near the lantern, their wings catching fleeting sparks of illumination. Each movement, subtle yet intentional, reminded him of God's attentive care. Even the smallest creatures, the quietest moments, held significance in the vast tapestry of creation. From the tree line, a gentle wind carried the faint rustle of branches, brushing softly against each other. He closed his eyes, letting the sound envelop him, a lullaby composed of the whispers of nature. In the silence between the rustles, he heard his own heartbeat, steady and calm, a reflection of the enduring presence that held him. Quiet prayers rose in his chest, small petitions of gratitude and hope, uttered without words, yet carrying all the sincerity of the soul. The stars overhead became more distinct as the sky deepened, each one a quiet witness to the unfolding night. He lay down on the cool grass, feeling the earth beneath him solid and enduring. The subtle texture of moss and small clover leaves pressed softly against his fingers as he stretched out his arms, allowing the gentle embrace of the land to anchor him. The constellations above seemed to form gentle patterns, a quiet canopy under which God's creation rested. A small stream hidden behind a cluster of trees whispered its continuous song, the sound mingling with the distant hoot of an owl. He followed the sound with his ears, letting it guide his awareness. Each trickle, each subtle note seemed imbued with intention and care, a message of constancy and attention from the divine. His mind, often restless, found rest here, attuned to rhythms beyond the self, attuned to a larger harmony that he could feel, but not fully name. From the porch, the soft glow of candlelight spilled into the evening, offering warmth and reassurance. He rose and moved toward it, feeling the gentle pull of domestic familiarity and the quiet comfort of ritual. The flickering light reminded him of countless evenings past, of prayers spoken softly, of gratitude expressed in small, persistent acts. He lit another candle, placing it beside the first, creating a gentle pathway of light through the dim garden. Each flame seemed a silent companion, a reflection of divine attentiveness, small but steadfast. The air was rich with the scent of blooming jasmine, their white petals glowing softly under the moonlight. He brushed his fingertips across a flower, noting the delicate texture, the way it seemed to drink in the night, and he smiled at the simplicity of creation's perfection. A butterfly, unusually unafraid, hovered nearby, its wings catching faint moonlight as it moved slowly through the cool air. Even in these minor details, the presence of God felt tangible, alive in the smallest, quietest motions. He settled on the porch swing, leaning back, letting the subtle movement rock him gently. The wood creaked softly, a comforting accompaniment to the faint chorus of night insects. He folded his hands loosely, allowing the rhythm of the swing and the quiet of the evening to carry his thoughts toward calm, toward gentle reflection. Every inhalation brought the scent of pine and jasmine. Every exhalation released the tension of the day, leaving his mind lighter, quieter, more open to the subtle movements of God's care. Above, the moon rose, silver and full, illuminating the garden and nearby fields with a soft glow. Shadows stretched across the ground, forming slow, moving patterns that invited quiet contemplation. He watched as a pair of fireflies lit their delicate paths, moving almost imperceptibly, their light fleeting but persistent. He thought of these tiny beacons as a metaphor for faith, for the quiet acts of trust and attention that illuminate the heart, even when the world feels dark. Nearby, the gentle gurgle of the stream and the rhythmic sway of the trees created a symphony of subtle movements. Each sound, each slight motion was an invitation to mindfulness, a reminder that life, in its stillness, carries meaning. He closed his eyes, letting the sounds, the scents, the soft glow of light and the gentle caress of the night air envelop him fully. His thoughts turned inward, then upward, a silent conversation with God, acknowledging presence, expressing gratitude, and surrendering fears. The distant call of an owl echoed across the fields, its resonance deep and steady. A cool breeze passed, stirring the lantern flames and ruffling the leaves. He inhaled slowly, letting the quiet night fill him. The serenity of this hour, the gentle attentiveness of every small creature and every subtle sound created a sanctuary of stillness. It was here, in these soft, observed moments, that he felt closest to God, enveloped in the quiet assurance that nothing is overlooked, nothing forgotten. As he leaned back, the stars above intensified, small pinpoints of unwavering light. He lifted his hands slightly, palms open to the night air, a gesture of trust and reception. The gentle warmth of the porch, the soft whispers of the wind, the steady presence of the lantern, the subtle motion of the trees, and the quiet reflection of the stars all converged into a single, calm awareness. He was safe, held, and part of a greater rhythm. As darkness deepens, quiet reflections awaken a gentle sense of God's nearness. The night had settled into its deepest hues, a velvet blanket stretching across the sky, pierced by countless faint stars that seemed to shimmer in gentle rhythm. He walked slowly along the edge of the garden path, each step sinking softly into the cool earth. A faint mist began to rise from the grass, curling like delicate wisps of smoke, and he inhaled its faint, earthy fragrance, feeling the quiet presence of the evening in every breath. From the small wooden bench at the far corner of the garden, he could hear the distant murmur of the river, its waters moving with a patient, measured pace, never hurried, never demanding, yet unceasing. The sound was a balm, soothing the day's accumulated worries, reminding him that God's care flows continuously, like the water that bends and swirls around every stone, touching every hidden nook along its path. A lantern swayed gently on its hook, its golden light flickering across the small paving stones and the low flower beds. Shadows danced softly, long and slow, creating patterns that shifted with the wind. He reached out to touch the warm metal of the lantern, feeling its comforting weight and gentle heat. And in that simple gesture, he was reminded of God's constant, subtle presence in ordinary acts, in quiet corners, in the warmth of light offered freely. The garden seemed alive in the night. A moth hovered close to the lantern, wings catching flickers of light, moving in a hesitant yet purposeful flight. Tiny insects hummed softly among the flowers, their movements delicate, almost imperceptible, yet contributing to the chorus of night sounds. He watched them with attention, marveling at how each small being fulfills its role, a reminder of the divine attention given to all creation, to every small movement, to every whispered breath. He settled onto the bench, feeling the cool wood beneath him, solid and grounding. The breeze carried the faint scent of jasmine and damp earth. The mingling aroma was a gentle reminder of life's quiet beauty. He tilted his head back slightly, letting the cool air brush against his face, and closed his eyes for a moment, allowing the rhythm of his breath to synchronize with the subtle sway of branches and the gentle ripple of the nearby stream. In this stillness, memories of the day floated gently to his mind. The smile shared with a neighbor, the soft conversation with a child, the small acts of kindness unnoticed by many. All of them became threads in a quiet tapestry of blessing. Each moment, however ordinary, reflected the gentle workings of God in the world, the unseen hand that guides, nurtures, and sustains. He breathed slowly, silently, offering thanks, letting the prayers rise like faint smoke into the night sky. From the orchard beyond the garden, a soft rustle indicated the movement of a fox or perhaps a rabbit. He did not turn to see, allowing the subtle sounds of life to remain a gentle accompaniment rather than a focus. The unknown creatures, moving in and out of shadows, were a quiet reminder that even what is unseen carries purpose, that God's care encompasses both what is visible and what is hidden, both the small and the vast. A faint glow of moonlight spilled over the tops of the trees, illuminating leaves with a soft silver edge. He reached out a hand, brushing his fingers across the rough bark of an old oak. Its solidity was reassuring, a steadfast presence against the shifting patterns of light and shadow. In its quiet endurance, he recognized a reflection of faith, patience, and the enduring constancy of God's love. The bench beneath him creaked softly as he adjusted his position. He lifted his eyes to the sky again, noting the constellations slowly shifting with the turning of the night. The stars seemed to form subtle shapes, delicate and reassuring, their quiet persistence a mirror of the divine steadiness that sustains every living thing. He breathed in deeply, letting the cool night air fill his lungs, and exhaled slowly, releasing all tension and worry, letting each breath become a prayer of gratitude and surrender. A gentle rustle of leaves near the fence drew his attention. A small bird, perhaps a nightingale, perched briefly on a low branch, its feathers catching the lantern light. It sang a single soft note, and then was gone, leaving only the lingering resonance in the air. The simplicity of the moment, the fleeting beauty, filled him with a quiet joy. He whispered a prayer of thanks, letting the small, transient encounter with life and creation reinforce the sense of God's presence in every detail. He shifted slightly, leaning forward to place his hands on his knees, feeling the cool earth beneath his fingertips. The garden's scents, the quiet chorus of insects, the gentle rustle of branches, the silver sheen of moonlight, all combined into a tapestry of calm, each element a thread in the gentle pattern of evening's peace. His thoughts turned inward, reflecting on the day's small blessings, the quiet guidance received, the patience learned in subtle, almost imperceptible ways. The soft murmur of the river continued, steady and unhurried. He let the rhythmic sound guide his thoughts into deeper reflection, into a space where worries loosened, where the mind could rest without effort. He pictured his concerns, not as burdens, but as small boats set upon the river, carried safely downstream by currents that never faltered, never wavered, guided by the invisible hand of God. A faint breeze stirred, brushing across the lanterns and the flowers, carrying with it the faint, sweet scent of night-blooming plants. Each inhalation seemed to carry with it a gentle reassurance, each exhalation a quiet release. He allowed himself to sink further into the comfort of the evening, feeling the balance between motion and stillness, the interplay of light and shadow, the subtle warmth of remembrance, and the gentle guidance of faith. Far above, the moon climbed higher, casting soft silver light across the garden and beyond, touching the fields with quiet clarity. He watched the interplay of moonlight and shadow on the grass, noticing the delicate patterns, the intricate textures. A tiny moth hovered near the lantern again, wings catching the light in brief glimmers. Even this small, unnoticed life seemed significant, a reminder that all of creation, seen and unseen, participates in the harmony of God's care. The bench beneath him, the lanterns beside him, the cool night air brushing his skin, and the soft chorus of nocturnal life all converged into a single quiet symphony. Each sound, each scent, each touch of air against skin became a gentle note in the song of presence, a lullaby that spoke of safety, attention, and enduring love. He folded his hands loosely in his lap, letting his mind and heart absorb the peaceful order of the night. In the quiet hours, God's gentle presence stirs in the smallest moments. The world had slipped into midnight, and the air was cooler now, carrying a whisper of damp earth and distant pine. He walked slowly along the winding path behind his home, letting the soles of his slippers press lightly into the soft grass, feeling each blade bend beneath his feet. Every step was measured, deliberate, like a silent prayer, each inhalation a thread connecting him to the quiet pulse of creation and to the unfailing presence of God that enveloped the night. The moon hung low and heavy, casting a gentle silver glow across the garden, illuminating the curves of stone pathways and the delicate petals of midnight blooms. He paused to watch the shadows ripple with the slow sway of branches, noticing how the movement seemed almost deliberate, as if the wind itself carried a message of calm reassurance. A soft owl call echoed from the forest beyond, distant yet clear, resonating like a hymn in the stillness. In the small clearing near the stream, he knelt and let his fingers trail through the shallow water. The cool touch rippled outward, tiny waves catching moonlight as they stretched toward the bank. He watched the reflections of stars dance across the rippling surface, a quiet reminder that God's light penetrates even the most restless of waters, bringing clarity and peace. Each ripple seemed like a gentle message, whispering that he was not alone, that every worry, every unspoken hope was observed and held with care. A lantern swayed gently from its hook near the porch, its flames steady despite the whispering wind. He reached for it, feeling the warmth radiate through his fingertips, and the soft light seemed to settle over the garden like a protective veil. Nearby, a single fox moved with quiet purpose among the shadows, its rustling steps barely audible. For a moment, he considered how every living creature, hidden or seen, participates in the harmony of God's creation, moving under the same divine gaze that watches over him. He settled onto the old wooden bench by the edge of the orchard, the familiar creek beneath him comforting, like the embrace of an old friend. Closing his eyes, he listened. The gentle lapping of the stream, the distant hum of nocturnal insects, the occasional flutter of wings. Each sound was part of a vast, intricate tapestry, threads woven together by the unseen hand of God. He allowed his mind to rest, not thinking, not planning, simply listening and breathing in the delicate presence that infused every shadowed corner of the night. The wind stirred faintly, rustling the leaves above him and carrying with it the faint scent of honeysuckle. He lifted his hands slightly, palms open, as if to receive the quiet blessings that traveled on the night air. Each breath seemed to carry a fragment of peace, each exhale a gentle release of burdens long held. His eyes, when opened, found the stars mirrored in the still water nearby, and he whispered a soft prayer of thanks, letting the words drift outward into the darkness. A firefly blinked lazily near the garden gate, its tiny light pulsing in a slow, deliberate rhythm. He watched it, captivated by its quiet persistence, noticing how it moved through the darkness without hesitation. It reminded him that even the smallest spark, no matter how fleeting, carries its own purpose and light. He thought of his own small acts throughout the day, the brief kindnesses, the whispered prayers, the moments of patience and attention, and felt a quiet joy in recognizing that these too were threads in God's larger tapestry. The air was cooler now, brushing lightly against his cheeks and carrying a faint scent of pine resin and damp soil. He breathed deeply, allowing the fragrance to fill him, to settle into the corners of his mind, replacing restless thoughts with gentle clarity. His gaze wandered to the distant hills, shadowed and serene, bathed in moonlight, and he felt the slow, steady pulse of time, the rhythm of creation moving in quiet obedience, each moment held in God's careful hands. He stood and wandered slowly toward the small bridge that arched over the stream. Leaning lightly on the railing, he watched the water glide beneath, reflecting both the moon and the faint glow of lanterns along the path. The sound of the water, gentle and persistent, reminded him of the constancy of God's care, a quiet current that flows beneath the surface of life, unseen yet unwavering. He placed a hand on the cool wood, letting it ground him, and whispered another prayer, feeling the peace in that still, unbroken connection. Above him, the constellations shifted imperceptibly, each star holding its place with quiet dignity. A soft rustle of branches, a gentle flutter of wings, a faint creak of the bench, all seemed like small affirmations, subtle messages that God's presence was woven into every motion, every sound, every breath of the night. He let his eyes close briefly, letting the darkness and the light mingle, letting the silence itself become a companion in which faith could rest and expand. A small rabbit, hidden among the clumps of wild grass, paused and twitched its ears. He watched it without moving, appreciating the fragile moment, and thought of how often the simplest encounters in nature reflect God's tender care. The protection, the provision, the quiet assurance of safety in the midst of uncertainty. He smiled softly, feeling gratitude swell in his chest, gentle and persistent like the moonlight that bathed the garden in soft silver. The wind stirred again, carrying the faint fragrance of night-blooming jasmine. He breathed in deeply, letting it fill him with calm, and exhaled slowly, releasing the tension of the day. His hands rested on his lap, fingers loosely intertwined, as he allowed himself to simply be present. He thought of his own small prayers, whispered in solitude, and felt their gentle echo in the night air, as if God had been listening all along, gathering them like soft sparks in the dark. The night deepened, the garden wrapped in its stillness, and he felt the quiet assurance that nothing was wasted, nothing overlooked. The faint murmur of the stream, the subtle rustle of leaves, the delicate glow of lanterns and fireflies, all seemed to speak in a soft, harmonious chorus. You are known. You are cared for. You are never alone. His heart felt lighter with each passing moment, a gentle rising of trust and serenity that spread slowly through every muscle, every thought, every breath. He sat a while longer, letting the quiet settle, letting the night embrace him fully. Each sensation, the cool grass, the warm lantern, the faint wind, the murmuring water, became a gentle hymn of presence and grace. His eyes, now half closed, reflected the silver glow around him, and he whispered his thanks once more, softly, intentionally, as if letting the words drift directly into God's hands. Even the quietest streams carry whispers of God's care. The first hints of dawn brushed the horizon with a tender golden glow, spilling across the garden and lighting the dew-laden grass like scattered jewels. He stepped lightly onto the path, feeling the damp earth press softly beneath his slippers. Each step was measured, an unspoken meditation, a way of allowing God's calm to settle gently into his chest. The air smelled faintly of pine and moist soil, a quiet reminder that the night had been held in God's care, and now the new day stretched forward with gentle promise. A small stream ran near the edge of the orchard, its waters shallow yet steady. He paused to watch the reflection of the soft morning light ripple across its surface, broken into tiny waves that danced over smooth stones. A bird's call punctuated the air, melodious yet unhurried, and he allowed himself a quiet smile, feeling how even the smallest life held purpose and presence under God's eyes. Each ripple seemed almost intentional, a subtle message that God's attention flows over every moment of existence, unseen yet constant. He reached down to touch the water, feeling its cool touch glide over his fingers. tiny fish darted among the shadows of the stones, silver flashes against the muted brown of the stream bed. He watched them for a long while, marveling at their quiet persistence, the simplicity of their lives, yet how full they were in their place within creation. How often, he thought, we overlook the small miracles around us, unaware that God's grace is present not only in grandeur, but in every gentle motion of life. A gentle wind rustled the leaves above him, carrying the soft fragrance of jasmine and wild honeysuckle. He closed his eyes, letting the air fill his lungs slowly, deliberately, feeling the calm spread from his chest outward. With each inhalation, he imagined drawing in the reassurance of God's presence. With each exhalation, he let go of his doubts and weariness. In this quiet rhythm, he discovered a soft, enduring trust, a recognition that each breath was a thread connecting him to the divine. The orchard was awake now, though only quietly. Dew clung to the leaves like tiny pearls, catching the rising light. He bent to gently brush a spider's delicate web with his fingertips, marveling at its intricate construction. Even in the smallest creations, he sensed God's hand, deliberate and caring, shaping each filament, each drop of dew, each fluttering leaf. He lingered here, appreciating the careful orchestration of life, the patience required to cultivate such delicate beauty. And he felt a kinship with the Creator who watches, unseen, over every living thing. In a quiet corner of the garden, a small bench faced the orchard, worn smooth by years of use. He sat, folding his hands in his lap, and listened. The stream's flow, the distant call of a morning bird, the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze, all formed a chorus of soft reassurance. He allowed his thoughts to drift with the rhythm, remembering small acts of kindness from days past, the shared smile with a neighbor, the brief word of encouragement, the patience extended to a grandchild learning to walk. Each act, seemingly insignificant, now resonated in the quiet morning, a reflection of God's persistent grace flowing through his own hands. A family of robins appeared among the branches above, chirping softly as they pecked at early insects. He watched them with a quiet fascination, marveling at their careful movements, the way they worked in harmony, the way life continued seamlessly from one moment to the next. Their small actions felt almost sacred, each one a quiet affirmation that God's presence permeates every corner of the world, a steady rhythm of care and order in the midst of daily life. As the sun climbed slowly, golden light spilled across the orchard, warming his face and the small patches of earth visible through the grass. He felt the light as a tangible presence, not just on his skin, but in the folds of his thoughts, illuminating doubts and fears, softening them, turning them into gentle questions offered to God rather than burdens carried alone. The warmth was steady, slow, unhurried, and he let it fill him, a companionable, comforting presence that reminded him of the constancy of divine attention. He rose slowly, stretching his arms over his head, feeling the pull of sinew and muscle, each movement accompanied by the soft hum of the morning. Tiny insects stirred in the soil beneath his feet, unnoticed yet purposeful, their movements blending into the symphony of awakening life. He walked to the small bridge that arched over the stream, resting a hand on its smooth, weathered wood. Looking down at the flowing water, he whispered a quiet prayer, one that required no flourish, only the simple acknowledgement of presence. Here I am, here I receive you. The reflection of the sky in the stream mirrored the softening clouds above, painting the water in hues of pale blue and pink. He lingered, watching how the gentle movement of the current carried leaves and tiny twigs along its path. Nothing rushed, nothing demanded attention beyond the present moment. He thought of his own life, the years shaped by small, steady acts of faith and the quiet unfolding of God's guidance. And in this thought, he felt a warmth that was not simply from the sun, but from a deeper internal light, a sense of being seen, understood, and loved. A breeze brushed across his face, carrying with it the faint, delicate scent of clover and grass. He inhaled, savoring the fragrance, letting it mingle with the quiet soundscape. The stream, the rustle of leaves, the faint calls of waking birds. Each element seemed to reassure him that he was exactly where he was meant to be, that his path, however quiet and unassuming, was observed and guided. He walked slowly along the stream, each step deliberate, each breath measured, allowing his awareness to settle fully into the soft, natural rhythm of the morning. Near the far edge of the orchard, a single fox paused at the tree line, its amber eyes meeting his. The encounter was brief but meaningful, a quiet, unspoken acknowledgement of life's continuity and God's care for all creation. He watched as it melted back into the shadows, carrying with it the gentle lesson that even in silence, presence and purpose abound. He returned to the bench, letting himself sink into it with a long, slow exhale. The air had warmed, the sun now brushing its fingers across the garden in gentle light, and he felt a deep, sustaining calm settle over him. Thoughts of the day ahead could wait. For now, he simply rested in the quiet assurance that God's care was present in every detail. The flowing stream, the awakening birds, the gentle warmth of sunlight, the unseen hands guiding life in its delicate balance. The water continued to flow, the breeze to move softly through the leaves, and in the gentle rhythm of these familiar sounds, he found himself entirely at peace. A soft prayer rose from his lips, nearly silent, asking only for continued awareness of this presence, for the patience to notice it throughout the day, and for the humility to allow it to shape his actions with quiet grace. He remained seated, letting the warmth of the morning and the flowing water settle around him, a cocoon of peace, a reminder that he was never alone. Evening's quiet light carries a gentle reminder of God's presence. The afternoon had begun its slow descent toward evening, painting the sky in shades of amber and lavender. He walked along the garden path, noticing how the sunlight filtered through the high branches, leaving dappled patterns on the soft earth. Each step pressed gently into the familiar soil, a rhythm of connection, grounding him in the world and in the quiet awareness of God's steady presence. Nearby, the orchard whispered with life. A small group of squirrels chattered softly as they leapt from branch to branch, their tiny feet barely disturbing the leaves. He paused, watching their delicate balance and purposeful movement. Even in these small creatures, he sensed the intricate care of the Creator, who shapes life with patience and attention beyond human comprehension. The soft hum of their activity felt almost like a lullaby, each sound a quiet affirmation that all creation is held and guided with tender hands. He bent to touch a fallen leaf, its edges crisp yet still vibrant with colour. The veins traced intricate patterns, delicate as lace, and he marvelled at the quiet artistry in something so small. It reminded him of the intricate weaving of life, of moments and choices that, though subtle, carry significance under God's watchful eyes. He let his fingers linger, feeling the roughness and softness together, a tactile reflection of the complex yet comforting balance of life. The sun dipped lower, spilling warm light across the horizon. Shadows stretched long and gentle, merging with the soft hum of the evening breeze. He inhaled deeply, drawing in the scent of damp earth mingled with wildflowers, feeling the cool brush of air across his face. Each breath became a meditation, a conscious act of receiving peace and releasing tension. God's presence, he realized, was like this air, unseen yet vital, constant and renewing. A robin perched nearby, its feathers catching the last of the day's warmth. Its soft song rose and fell in the hush of the orchard, a gentle melody that seemed to synchronize with his heartbeat. He sat on a low stone wall, letting the song carry him into a place of quiet reflection. Thoughts of his past drifted by like leaves on the stream he had passed earlier. Each memory was tinged with gratitude and understanding, even those of mistakes or regrets. He imagined placing them gently in God's hands, trusting that they would be received with infinite compassion. The garden path led him toward a small pond nestled among willows. The water mirrored the soft fading light, shimmering in delicate ripples as a mild breeze passed over. Dragonflies skimmed its surface, wings glinting like stained glass in the slanting sun. He crouched to watch, feeling the stillness settle around him, the world muted and slow, allowing him to breathe deeply and simply. This pond, with its quiet movements and subtle reflections, became a canvas of divine care, a reminder that even the smallest corner of the world holds miracles waiting to be noticed. From the other side of the garden came the faint sound of church bells, ringing low and steady, marking the passage of the hour. He paused, letting their resonance carry over him. The notes blended with the rustling leaves and the distant song of an owl beginning its evening vigil. These sounds formed a gentle orchestra, a symphony of God's presence in the ordinary, everyday moments that often go unnoticed but are rich with meaning. As twilight deepened, he noticed fireflies beginning their soft, flickering dance. Tiny lights hovered and darted through the darkening orchard, each a small, bright promise in the growing shadow. He watched them for a long while, feeling a sense of wonder and calm. These tiny sparks seemed like reminders that even in darkness, light persists, a reflection of God's enduring presence that reaches into every corner of life, no matter how hidden or dim. He moved to a nearby bench beneath an old oak, its massive branches forming a protective canopy overhead. Sitting, he let his hands rest in his lap, eyes following the subtle motions of the garden, leaves trembling in the wind, ripples on the pond, and the steady glow of fireflies. He let the quiet envelop him, feeling the gentle assurance that he was exactly where he was meant to be. In this stillness, he sensed a closeness to God, as though the evening itself were a prayer, holding him in a soft embrace of understanding and peace. Nearby, a small path led to the vegetable garden, where the last of the day's light lingered on ripening tomatoes and rows of tender greens. He walked slowly among the plants, brushing his fingers over their leaves, feeling the textures and temperatures. Each plant was alive with quiet persistence, and he saw in them a reflection of his own. Journey, steady, patient, nurtured by unseen hands and sustained by God's grace. He whispered a soft prayer of thanks for the day, for this garden, and for the subtle ongoing miracles of life itself. A cool breeze lifted from the nearby woods, carrying the faint scent of cedar and wild mint. He inhaled and let it fill him with a gentle awareness of the vastness of creation. Though the day was ending, he felt an internal sunrise of calm and clarity. God's care, unhurried and infinite, touched even these fleeting moments. A leaf turning in the wind, the reflection of clouds in the pond, the flicker of fireflies, and the distant chime of bells. Each was a sign that he was seen, known, and guided. As darkness deepened, he returned to the pond's edge. The water now held the reflection of stars beginning to appear, soft pinpricks of light in a deepening sky. He traced the constellations with his eyes, allowing the vastness of the heavens to mirror the vastness of God's love. Each twinkle felt like a gentle reminder that no matter how small or quiet he felt, his life was held in a tapestry of care and purpose beyond measure. He leaned back against the bench, letting the cool evening air brush his face and the soft murmur of water fill the space around him. Thoughts slowed, and his heartbeat matched the subtle rhythm of the garden. The rustle of leaves, the distant owl, the whisper of wind, the soft glow of fireflies. He felt the tension of the day dissolve, replaced by a steady, reassuring warmth. His prayers became simple whispers, expressions of gratitude and trust, letting go of worry and fear into the gentle arms of God. The final light of day faded from the horizon, leaving a twilight hush that wrapped around the orchard like a soft blanket. He remained there for a while, savoring the stillness, feeling a profound sense of calm settle over his mind and body. In this quiet communion, he knew that God was present not only in grand gestures, but in each small, tender moment. The stream, the pond, the plants, the creatures, the stars, and the gentle beat of his own heart. The quiet of night carries gentle echoes of God's care. The night had settled softly over the village, folding every street and garden into a cloak of muted shadows. He walked slowly along the cobblestone path, the cool stones pressing gently against the soles of his shoes. A light wind drifted through the trees, carrying the faint fragrance of jasmine and lavender from nearby gardens. Each inhale seemed to draw in a sense of serenity, and he felt the tension of the day ebbing away, leaving space for calm reflection. In the distance, a faint glow of candlelight flickered through windows. Inside, families were winding down, voices softened, meals finished, laughter replaced by quiet conversation. The subtle warmth of hearth and home reminded him of the care God provides quietly, unnoticed yet steady, like a hidden hand that shapes the rhythm of life. He paused at a small bridge over the creek that ran through the village. The water glimmered faintly under the moon, rippling over pebbles and gentle eddies, reflecting fragments of starlight like tiny, scattered prayers lifted into the sky. Nearby, the nightingale began its soft, melodic call. Each note was deliberate and tender, a quiet song that seemed to wrap the village in a gentle embrace. He closed his eyes for a moment, letting the music fill the spaces within him that had felt empty. In the darkness, he felt a presence, a gentle reassurance, a subtle yet unmistakable awareness that God's eyes and heart were ever watchful, attending even the smallest corners of life. The realization settled over him like a warm blanket, comforting and grounding. He wandered through the orchard again, the trees now silhouetted against the deep navy of night. Leaves brushed softly against one another in the mild breeze, and he noticed the delicate dance of moths around lanterns, their wings brushing against the pale light as if tracing invisible paths in gratitude. He bent to pick up a fallen blossom, still holding the faint scent of the afternoon sun, and marveled at the delicate perfection of its petals. Each small act of noticing, of slowing, became a form of prayer, a way of attuning his heart to the quiet presence of God in the ordinary. On the outskirts of the orchard, he found a small patch of wildflowers bending under the moonlight. The petals glowed faintly, silvered by the soft luminescence, and he knelt to brush his fingers across them. A single dewdrop rolled down the edge of a leaf, catching the light and sparkling like a miniature star. He felt a quiet joy, an inner radiance, as though the small wonders of creation were reminders of God's intimate care for every detail of life. It was in these subtle, tender moments that faith felt most alive. Not in grand declarations, but in the small, unnoticed miracles that surround each of us. He continued along the path, stepping carefully over the roots of old trees, each knotted and gnarled with age. Their silent strength reminded him of endurance, of steady presence, of resilience shaped over time by unseen hands. A gentle rustle announced a family of rabbits moving through the underbrush, soft paws pressing against the leaf-strewn ground. He smiled, recognizing the quiet rhythm of life unfolding, the care embedded in every small movement, every tiny heartbeat. He whispered a short prayer, thanking God for the assurance that nothing is too small to escape divine attention. The night deepened, and he approached the edge of the meadow, where tall grass swayed gently in the breeze. The sound of crickets rose in soft layers, a lullaby for the world itself. He paused to stand in the tall grass, feeling it brush against his hands and legs, listening to the layered hum of insects and distant frogs. It was as if creation itself was breathing, alive with a quiet energy, a constant affirmation of God's presence. He closed his eyes and let the sounds wrap around him, letting them dissolve the last traces of worry, leaving only steady, gentle peace. Above him, the stars appeared in full glory, pinpricks of light scattered across the vast darkness. The constellations traced familiar shapes, each a story, each a sign of order and care in the universe. He found comfort in their constancy, their silent witness to the passage of time and the steadfastness of God. The Milky Way stretched faintly across the sky, a river of light flowing endlessly, reflecting the infinite reach of divine love. He felt a sense of humility, a quiet recognition of his own smallness, and at the same time, a profound connection to something vast and eternal. He continued walking, passing through a small grove where fireflies had begun their luminous dance. Each flicker was a gentle punctuation in the darkness, a delicate rhythm that spoke to the persistence of light even in shadow. He watched as they floated above the grass, landing briefly on leaves or hovering near flowers before moving on. It reminded him that God's light touches every heart, no matter how hidden, no matter how quiet, and that even small glimmers carry significance in the broader tapestry of creation. He reached a small stone bench near a brook, settling there to rest. The water gurgled softly, wrapping around stones worn smooth over countless years. He let his fingers trail along the cool surface, feeling the texture and temperature, noticing how the water's movement mirrored life itself. Constant, renewing, patient. The reflection of moonlight on the rippling surface was gentle and calm, echoing the serenity he felt within. He whispered another prayer, a simple offering of gratitude and trust, acknowledging that his life, like the water, is guided and sustained by unseen hands. Nearby, the faint glow of the village church bell tower flickered under the moonlight, the bell silent now, yet its presence steady. He thought of the prayers whispered within that space, of the hands raised in gratitude and hope, of the quiet faith that binds a community together. The image brought warmth to his heart, a sense of continuity, a reminder that he was never truly alone. God's presence stretched beyond the orchard, beyond the meadow, into homes, hearts, and quiet moments just like this one. The night air grew cooler, carrying with it the earthy scent of damp soil and fallen leaves. He wrapped his hands around his arms and inhaled, letting the coolness sharpen his awareness of the stillness. The world seemed suspended, held in a delicate balance, a gentle pause that invited reflection and surrender. He let the evening settle fully around him, a cocoon of silence and soft sounds, feeling the rhythm of his breath align with the quiet pulse of creation. He rose from the bench and walked slowly back along the path, noticing again the subtle interplay of light and shadow across the garden. Each detail, from the shimmer of dew to the flutter of a moth's wing, felt infused with meaning. The ordinary had become extraordinary, touched by divine care, and he carried a sense of gratitude that filled his chest and settled in his mind like a soft hymn. Reaching the doorstep of his home, he paused to look back at the orchard, the pond, the meadow, all bathed in the gentle light of night. He whispered a final prayer for those unseen, for all who walk quietly under the same sky, that they too might feel the calm and reassurance of God's presence, wrapping around them as tenderly as the night itself. He stepped inside, closing the door softly behind him, letting the world continue outside, while his heart remained in gentle communion with the Creator. In the quiet garden, whispers of faith moved like the wind. The evening stretched its soft veil across the village, turning the sky a deep indigo dotted with the first scattered stars. The air was cool, carrying the faint scent of soil and blooming flowers, each fragrance a subtle reminder of the care woven into the natural world. He stepped onto the small stone path that led through the garden, each footfall quiet against the stones worn smooth by years of use. The hush of the evening invited reflection, a gentle opening for thoughts and prayers to rise naturally, without urgency, without expectation. Around him, the garden seemed alive in muted ways. Tiny crickets added a rhythmic undertone, their chirping blending with the distant croak of frogs near the pond. The soft murmur of water as it slipped over stones mirrored the pulse of the world itself, calm, steady, ever moving. He stooped to brush a finger across a dew-laden leaf, feeling the coolness, the delicate give of the surface, marveling quietly at the intricacy of creation. Even in these small gestures, he felt the presence of God, tucked in the folds of ordinary life, offering reassurance without fanfare. A lantern hung from the gnarled branch of an old apple tree, its light gentle, spilling in warm golden tones across the garden path. Shadows danced lightly against the ground as the wind passed, creating patterns that shifted imperceptibly. He paused, letting the play of light and darkness settle over him. Each moment of noticing, the shimmer of a spider's web, the slow bend of a flower in the breeze, became a silent prayer, a conversation with the divine that needed no words. Further along, the pond reflected the pale light of the moon, its surface rippling faintly as a small fish broke the water. He knelt by the edge, watching the subtle waves spread across the water, touching reeds and stones alike. Each ripple seemed to carry a message, that even the smallest action has a reach beyond what the eye can see, that care and faith extend in ways we may never fully grasp. He whispered a quiet blessing over the pond, a simple wish for the life it held, for the creatures that called it home, trusting that these small acknowledgements were heard. He rose slowly and continued along the path, noticing the soft sway of tall grasses and the gentle bowing of flowers heavy with dew. A cool breeze moved through them, and he let the movement guide his own breath, matching inhale and exhale to the rhythm of the garden. There was a peace in this synchronization, a wordless prayer that grew from the simple act of being present, of watching, of listening. It was a faith lived not in grand gestures, but in these attentive, deliberate moments. The church bell, silent now, stood as a quiet sentinel over the village. Its presence reminded him of the ongoing prayers of others, of the collective faith that moved through the community. He imagined the hands lifted in gratitude, in hope, in quiet confession, and felt a warmth in knowing that the care he experienced was not isolated, that it was part of a vast network of devotion, unseen yet tangible. Each breath he drew seemed to carry that connection, weaving him into the fabric of lives shaped by hope and trust in God's steady presence. A pair of fireflies floated lazily in the lantern light, their soft glow pulsing gently as they moved. He watched them, marveling at the simplicity and perfection of their existence. In that quiet observation, he felt a surge of gratitude for life, for light, for the steady constancy of creation that mirrors the constancy of God. Each flicker seemed like a heartbeat, a subtle reminder that light persists even in shadow, and that faith too continues quietly within, guiding and sustaining. He turned toward the small bench beneath the cherry tree, settling into its familiar curve. The cool wood pressed against his back, grounding him, and he let his gaze wander upward, tracing the limbs of the tree against the sky. The moonlight filtered through the branches, painting soft patterns on the ground. He imagined each shadow as a veil lifted, each patch of light as a small miracle, subtle but significant. In this quiet communion, he felt an expansion of heart, a deepened awareness of God's presence in the small, almost imperceptible details of life. Nearby, the sound of a distant brook added a constant undercurrent to the night. Water trickled over stones, a soft, soothing murmur that seemed to speak directly to the soul. He leaned forward, letting the sound carry his thoughts into a gentle meditation, offering thanks for sustenance, for safety, for the unbroken rhythm of day and night. Each sound, each scent, each movement in the garden felt imbued with intention, a quiet echo of divine care. He reached out to a flower, brushing its petals softly between his fingers. Dew clung to it like tiny beads of light, and he traced their paths down the soft curves. In that delicate act, he felt an unspoken connection to the cycles of life and faith, that every moment of tenderness, every quiet attention to the world is itself a form of devotion. He whispered a small prayer for those unseen, for the weary, for anyone walking through night as he was, that they too might feel the gentle hold of God's presence, as tangible as the soft earth beneath their feet. The stars above seemed brighter now, as if they had paused to witness the peace settling over the garden. He leaned back, allowing himself to be enveloped in the night, in its soft textures and muted sounds. The gentle rustle of leaves, the faint shimmer of distant lights, the whisper of wind across the pond, all of it became a symphony of calm, each note a reminder of constancy, of care, of love unspoken yet deeply felt. He stood, moving slowly back along the path, pausing now and then to observe a small creature, a hedgehog scuttling under the ferns, a moth lingering near the lantern, a spider weaving its delicate work in the corner of a window. Each movement, each detail seemed a sign, a reminder that life continues with patience, with precision, and with divine oversight. The smallness of these moments did not diminish their significance. Rather, it magnified the wonder, illustrating that faith, like care, often thrives quietly in the unnoticed places. The night deepened, a velvet darkness broken by occasional flickers of moonlight and the soft glow of lanterns. He paused by the gate, looking back at the garden, the pond, the orchard, and the meadow beyond. Everything seemed to shimmer with a gentle life, a quiet persistence, as though the very earth itself was breathing in tandem with his own steady rhythm. He whispered one last prayer, not for grandeur or recognition, but for the continued awareness of God's presence in the smallest details, for the courage to notice, to appreciate, to rest in that knowledge. By the river's edge, faith moved softly with the current. The river lay calm beneath the silvered light of a waxing moon, its surface reflecting the gentle shimmer of stars. A quiet mist hovered over the water, moving lazily in the cool night air. He walked along the narrow path that followed the riverbank, each step pressing softly into the moss-lined earth, feeling the gentle give beneath his feet. The scent of damp soil mixed with the delicate fragrance of wildflowers that grew near the water's edge, carrying with it the subtle reminder that life persists quietly, often unnoticed but steadfast. A heron stood motionless on a smooth stone, its reflection mirrored in the river below. He paused, watching the bird tilt its head, sensing the presence of unseen currents beneath the water. In that stillness he felt an echo of faith, the knowledge that God's care is as constant as the flow of the river, steady and unwavering, even when unseen. He whispered a soft prayer for guidance, letting the words drift into the night air, trusting that they were carried as naturally as the water itself. The moonlight touched each ripple of the river, turning the flowing water into a ribbon of silver. A gentle breeze caused the reeds to sway, creating a subtle rustle, like the soft turning of pages in a well-loved book. He ran, his hand lightly over a reed, noting the resilience in its slender form. It bent but did not break, yielding to the wind yet standing firm, an emblem of patience and quiet strength, much like the lessons faith teaches in our lives. A pair of fireflies hovered above the water, their tiny lights flickering intermittently, dancing in an almost imperceptible rhythm. He watched them, mesmerized by the softness of their glow. The delicate pulse of their light seemed to communicate a silent message, that even in darkness, even in solitude, light persists and life carries on in ways both subtle and profound. Each flicker reminded him that God's presence too is often gentle, unseen, yet constant. He reached the small wooden bench placed at a bend in the river, its surface worn smooth by years of quiet use. Settling into it, he let his gaze wander across the water, tracing the gentle curves as they moved toward the horizon. The reflections of the stars seemed to dance upon the ripples, creating tiny sparks of light that shifted with each movement of the river. In this serene contemplation, he found a space for his own thoughts to drift, for his heart to open in quiet conversation with God. The air was alive with faint sounds, a distant frog croak, the occasional rustle of a small creature moving through the underbrush, and the soft sigh of the river itself. He inhaled deeply, letting the scents and sounds envelop him. Each inhalation became a reminder of the steady presence of life and the quiet steadiness of divine care. The night, in its simplicity and subtlety, seemed to hold him gently, encouraging him to release the tensions carried by the day. He noticed a cluster of stones near the water, smoothed by countless years of gentle currents. He picked one up, turning it slowly in his hand, feeling its weight and texture. Placing it back carefully, he reflected on the patience of the river, how it shaped and nurtured the stones without force, how it maintained its course despite obstacles. He understood in a quiet, contemplative way that faith often works similarly. It molds and guides subtly and steadily, allowing growth in its own perfect timing. The reflection of the moon shifted as the wind moved lightly across the river's surface, creating a pattern of light and shadow. He let his eyes follow the shifting mosaic, noting how impermanent yet beautiful it was. Even in its fleeting nature, there was assurance and grace. He whispered a prayer of gratitude for the transient moments that illuminate life, for the gentle reminders that each night brings a chance to pause, reflect, and reconnect with the divine. A gentle rustling came from the nearby trees, as though the night itself were breathing. He rose and walked slowly along the riverbank, each step mindful, absorbing the sounds, the soft light, the cool caress of the air. He paused often to observe small creatures. A water strider skimming across the surface, a moth brushing against a flower, the shimmer of a fish darting below. Each detail, seemingly insignificant, carried a weight of wonder, a quiet testament to the care and intricacy embedded in creation. He knelt briefly at the river's edge, dipping his fingers into the cool water. The sensation was grounding, and he let it anchor his thoughts. The water's flow, steady and relentless yet gentle, mirrored the constancy of God's presence. He breathed slowly, letting the rhythm of the river synchronize with his own, each inhale and exhale a reminder that life continues, that faith endures, and that peace is accessible in these small, attentive moments. The night deepened further, stars sparkling more distinctly against the velvet darkness. He leaned back against a tree, allowing the calm to settle over him fully. The river, the trees, the soft night breeze, they all seemed part of a subtle, divine symphony. The gentle murmur of water, the distant call of nocturnal birds, and the soft rustle of leaves became a lullaby of faith and assurance. He whispered a final blessing over the river, the garden, and the village beyond. Each word was deliberate, a soft acknowledgement of the continuity of life and the enduring presence of God. Even as darkness enveloped the landscape, there was comfort in knowing that light persisted, sometimes unseen, sometimes subtle, yet always present. The gentle flow of the river, the quiet constancy of the night, and the careful observation of creation provided a serene canvas for reflection, gratitude, and hope. He stood, taking one last slow walk along the river's edge, observing the dance of shadows, the shimmer of the water, and the delicate movements of the creatures nearby. The night held him tenderly, and he allowed himself to be fully present, absorbed in the intricate gentle rhythms that mirrored the faith he carried within. Small lights guide the heart when the world feels quiet. The evening air was soft and still, carrying the faint scent of pine and damp earth. He walked slowly along the narrow, winding path that led through the village orchard, the ground carpeted with fallen leaves that crunched ever so gently beneath his feet. Lanterns hung from simple wooden posts along the path, their warm amber glow spilling softly onto the stones and grass, guiding him forward as though each light were a small prayer lifted into the night. The orchard was quiet, yet alive with subtle movement. A gentle breeze stirred the branches, causing leaves to rustle softly, a whispering accompaniment to the rhythmic flow of his thoughts. Somewhere nearby, an owl hooted, and the soft chirping of crickets blended into a steady nocturnal chorus. He inhaled deeply, feeling the cool air fill his lungs, carrying away the weight of the day. In this tranquility, he felt the nearness of God not as a loud declaration, but as a gentle presence, steady and unwavering, like the lanterns that lined the path. A cat padded silently between the trees, its eyes reflecting the lantern light in twin amber sparks. He paused, kneeling to watch its careful movements, noting the quiet grace in every step. The small creature, cautious yet confident, reminded him that faith often moves in subtle ways, quietly, persistently, and with patience. He whispered a brief prayer, giving thanks for the small wonders that often go unnoticed yet hold profound meaning, moments that reveal God's care in the simplest of forms. The path curved gently alongside a small brook, its waters murmuring softly over rounded stones. He knelt by the edge, letting his fingers trace the cool surface. The current carried tiny leaves and petals along with it, drifting effortlessly toward a bend in the water. He watched them float, and in their journey, he found a reflection of life's passage, steady, inevitable, and always guided by a hand unseen. The brook seemed to echo a quiet promise, that even when life feels uncertain, there is direction, there is flow, and there is care. Lantern light flickered across the orchard, casting shadows that danced lazily on the ground. He moved slowly, intentionally, letting each step be mindful, each breath full and even. A soft glow from a distant window illuminated a wooden table where a family sat, sharing a simple evening meal. The faint sound of laughter drifted across the orchard, mingling with the quiet night. He smiled, feeling a gentle warmth settle in his chest, a reminder that God's presence often reveals itself through small acts of care and connection, in the simple joy of shared moments and quiet observances. He reached a small bridge spanning the brook, its weathered planks smooth beneath his hands. Leaning on the railing, he looked down at the water below, noticing the way the lanterns reflected in its surface like scattered stars. A moth hovered nearby, drawn to the glow, and he watched as it circled, delicate wings tracing small arcs in the night air. The bridge, the water, the softly glowing lanterns, all seemed to conspire in perfect harmony, creating a space of serene contemplation. In that moment, he felt a deep sense of connection, a quiet assurance that he was not alone, that God's light gently accompanied him along every step of life's winding path. A gentle wind moved through the orchard, carrying the faint sound of leaves brushing against one another. He closed his eyes, letting the sensations envelop him, the cool touch on his face, the rhythmic murmur of the brook, the subtle sway of the lantern light in the darkness. Each breath became a meditation, a small act of surrender to the calm that the night offered. In this quiet surrender, he felt the pulse of divine presence, a steady, nurturing rhythm that promised guidance, care, and rest. He continued along the path, noticing the small details. A single flower illuminated by the lantern's glow, the soft imprint of a bird's footprint in the damp earth, the way the shadows of the trees stretched and bent like gentle waves. He knelt to touch a fallen blossom, its petals delicate and cool, and he whispered a prayer of gratitude for the unnoticed, tender beauty that God places in the world. Each small gesture, each minute detail, seemed to reinforce the understanding that faith and divine love often manifest in subtle, tender ways, not in grandeur or spectacle, but in gentle, consistent care. Reaching the edge of the orchard, he paused to watch the moon rise over the distant hills. The pale light painted the landscape in soft silver tones, highlighting the quiet beauty of the trees and the gentle curves of the river beyond. He breathed slowly, feeling the cool night air fill him with a sense of peace that flowed as naturally as the river itself. It was as if the night itself was a soft embrace, a lullaby composed in the language of wind, water, and starlight, calling him into calm reflection and trust. He found a small bench beneath a blossoming tree, its petals drifting down like whispers in the gentle wind. Sitting there, he let himself rest, observing the subtle interplay of light and shadow, the quiet movements of nocturnal creatures, the soft flicker of lanterns, and the slow, steady flow of the brook. His thoughts drifted lightly and without urgency toward prayers of gratitude, of hope, and of gentle intercession for others. The night held him tenderly, and he allowed himself to be fully present, absorbing the beauty and serenity as an expression of divine care and constancy. A pair of fireflies blinked in synchrony above the bridge, their soft lights reflecting in the water below. He smiled softly, feeling the quiet joy of the moment, knowing that even the smallest lights can guide the heart. Each flicker seemed like an unspoken message that God's presence can be found in the gentlest of ways, illuminating the path when the night feels still and dark. He let his heart open to this understanding, allowing a quiet wave of faith and peace to settle over him. As the night deepened, the orchard seemed to exhale, releasing the warmth and calm it had gathered throughout the day. He rose slowly from the bench, letting his fingers brush against the soft petals, and continued along the path, each step deliberate and gentle. The lanterns swayed lightly, casting playful shadows, and the brook whispered beneath the bridge, a constant companion. He walked with gratitude, carrying the sense of divine closeness in every movement, every breath, every subtle notice of the world around him. He paused one last time at the river's bend, the moon casting a pale glow over the water. He knelt briefly, touching the cool surface, and felt the familiar comfort of the steady current. The world was quiet, and yet it was full of life, full of presence, full of the soft reassurance that faith provides. He whispered a closing prayer for the night, asking for continued guidance, quiet reflection, and the peace that comes from being seen, known, and gently cared for. The quiet night speaks in gentle whispers of faith. He walked slowly along the forest edge where towering pines swayed gently in the evening breeze. Their needles rustled softly, a hushed symphony that seemed to speak directly to his heart. Each step on the soft, moss-covered ground brought a gentle crunch, grounding him in the present moment, a reminder that even the smallest movements can carry significance. The moonlight filtered through the branches, casting long silver shadows that danced lightly across the forest floor. In this serene landscape, he felt a deep sense of connection, as if each tree and whispering wind carried a quiet message from God. A small stream wound its way through the trees, glistening in the moonlight like a thread of silver. He knelt by the edge, letting his fingers trail in the cool water. Tiny fish darted away, their movements quick and delicate, and he watched, mesmerized by the way life continued quietly, persistently and beautifully. It reminded him that God's care is constant, even in the smallest details, flowing steadily beneath the surface of our awareness, unseen yet profoundly present. He breathed slowly, feeling the night air fill his lungs, carrying with it the subtle fragrance of pine and damp earth, a scent that seemed to settle deep into his chest, calming each thought and worry. The forest was alive with gentle nocturnal activity. A distant owl called, its voice soft and melodic, echoing through the trees. Crickets filled the air with a delicate rhythm, and the occasional rustle of a small animal in the underbrush added to the subtle orchestra of life. He paused, listening carefully, allowing the soft sounds to wash over him. Each whisper, each subtle movement felt like a reminder that God is attentive to all creation, that nothing is too small or too quiet to escape his notice. A fallen branch, soft with moss, lay across his path. He knelt and moved it gently aside, feeling a quiet sense of care in the simple act. In this moment, he recognized the intimacy of small deeds, how tending to what is before us, even something as minor as shifting a branch, can be a reflection of the love and attention God shows in our lives. He whispered a short prayer of gratitude, acknowledging the small miracles that often go unnoticed. The whisper of leaves, the soft shimmer of moonlight on water, the presence of life in all its forms. Continuing along the path, he came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. The grass glistened with dew, each blade catching the silver light like a tiny lantern. A solitary fox passed quietly at the edge of the clearing, pausing to sniff the air before moving on. He watched it disappear into the night, feeling a sense of peace at the continuity of life, the quiet order in God's creation. Sitting on a low stone at the clearing's edge, he let his eyes wander across the landscape, taking in the gentle hills, the distant river, and the forest beyond. The world seemed vast, yet tender, held together in a quiet balance that was deeply reassuring. He reached a small wooden bridge that spanned the stream, worn smooth by countless footsteps. Leaning against the railing, he looked down at the water below, noticing the reflection of the moon and the flicker of fireflies dancing above the surface. Each light twinkled briefly, then faded, reminding him of the fleeting yet precious moments in life. The gentle ripples carried the reflections downstream, a quiet demonstration that all things are in motion, guided by a hand unseen yet steady and trustworthy. Nearby, a family of deer emerged cautiously from the tree line, their eyes reflecting the moonlight. They moved with quiet grace, nuzzling and shifting in the soft grass, and he watched, his heart softening with the simple beauty of the scene. It was in these gentle, natural moments that he felt closest to God, in the calm, the quiet, and the steady unfolding of life. He whispered a prayer for all living creatures, human and animal alike, thanking God for the intricate care woven through the world. A breeze stirred the pines again, carrying with it the subtle scent of sap and the earthy fragrance of the forest floor. He inhaled deeply, feeling the cool night air settle within him. With each breath he felt the tension of the day release, replaced by a soft, abiding calm. The forest seemed to breathe with him, a silent partner in the gentle rhythm of night, each leaf, each branch, each creature participating in a quiet liturgy of presence. He walked onward, letting his steps be slow and deliberate. The mossy ground yielded softly beneath his feet, and he noticed the tiny flowers peeking from between stones, their petals delicate in the moonlight. He reached down to brush a soft petal with his fingers, letting the small, tender touch remind him that the sacred can be found in the smallest gestures. In this stillness, he felt the nearness of God, not in grand declarations, but in the intimacy of simple, mindful presence. The path began to slope gently upward toward a hilltop. As he climbed, he paused occasionally to catch his breath and admire the panorama unfolding before him. The forest stretched endlessly in all directions, and beyond it, the river glinted faintly under the moon's glow. He felt a profound sense of awe, tempered by calm, knowing that while the world is vast, it is held tenderly by a loving Creator. Each step became a meditation, each inhalation a reminder of God's presence, each exhalation a release of worry and tension. At the crest of the hill, he found a flat stone bathed in moonlight, perfect for sitting. He settled there, legs drawn close, and let his eyes roam over the quiet expanse. The stars sparkled overhead, innumerable and distant, yet intimately familiar. He listened to the soft chorus of the forest, the brook murmuring below, the leaves whispering in the wind, the distant call of an owl. He allowed himself to be enveloped by this symphony of calm, feeling his heart open in gratitude and quiet faith. He reflected on the day's journey, the small acts of kindness, the moments of stillness, the subtle beauty of the natural world. Each detail, each fleeting movement felt like a thread in a tapestry of care and guidance, carefully woven by God. He whispered a prayer, simple and sincere, asking for continued awareness of these blessings and for the strength to carry their quiet lessons into each new day. A pair of fireflies hovered above the stone, blinking softly, reflecting the lantern-like glow of the moonlight on the hilltop. He watched them, mesmerized, noticing how even the tiniest lights can illuminate the darkness and offer guidance. Each flicker was a reminder that God's presence is constant, subtle, and tender, lighting the path when the world feels quiet and vast. As he rose to leave the hilltop, the breeze carried the faint scent of blossoms from a nearby tree. He inhaled once more, feeling the cool night air fill him with a deep sense of serenity. His steps were slow and deliberate, each one mindful of the path, the surrounding forest, and the quiet companionship of God's presence. The night held him gently, a lullaby composed of wind, water, and starlight, inviting him into a state of calm reflection and trust. The night reveals a quiet sanctuary for the soul. He wandered along a narrow trail winding through a meadow, the silver light of the full moon spilling gently across the grass. Each blade shimmered like tiny threads of silver, bending under the weight of dew. The meadow was silent except for the occasional rustle of a small animal moving softly through the undergrowth. A gentle wind carried the scent of wildflowers, subtle and calming, and he breathed it in slowly, feeling it settle deep within his chest. In this quiet hour, he felt as though the world had drawn back, leaving only a sacred space where he could be fully present, fully aware of God's tender presence. A wooden fence ran along the edge of the meadow, weathered and worn by years of sun, rain, and snow. He ran his hand along the rough grain of the wood, feeling the grooves and splinters, each imperfection a testament to the passage of time. It reminded him that life itself carries marks of endurance, resilience, and care, and that God watches over all, steady and unfailing. In this tactile moment, he whispered a quiet prayer of gratitude, acknowledging the unspoken love that moves through every living thing. The sky overhead was vast, dotted with stars, each one twinkling with a quiet brilliance. He paused to gaze upward, letting the vastness envelop him. The constellations seemed like a map of guidance, and he imagined each one as a reminder that God's light shines even in the darkest corners. The wind whispered through the trees at the meadow's edge, carrying the soft sigh of branches swaying, a gentle chorus that seemed to echo his own quiet prayers. Nearby, a small wooden bench faced the river that curved gently through the valley below. He approached it slowly, each step deliberate, mindful of the soft earth beneath his feet. Sitting down, he allowed himself to relax, feeling the support of the wood beneath him and the cool breeze on his face. The river glistened in the moonlight, moving steadily, quietly, like a thread of silver weaving through the landscape. He dipped his fingers lightly into the cool water, letting the sensation anchor him in the moment, a tangible reminder of the calm, continuous care of God's presence. A pair of owls perched on a distant tree, their soft calls mingling with the occasional splash of a fish leaping in the river. The symphony of night unfolded around him, subtle and soothing, filling the meadow with gentle life. Fireflies blinked intermittently, floating like tiny lanterns above the grass. He watched them for a long moment, marveling at the quiet choreography of these small lights. Each flicker seemed to carry a gentle message that even the smallest spark of faith or kindness can illuminate the darkness. He noticed a fallen leaf drifting across the river's surface, moving steadily with the current. The simplicity of its journey reminded him of the quiet ways in which God guides all creation, unseen yet constant. He felt a soft warmth in his chest, a gentle reassurance that his own steps, small and deliberate, were part of a larger, purposeful path. A distant cricket sang its soft, rhythmic song, and he closed his eyes briefly, letting the music of the night wash over him, steadying his breath, slowing the pulse of his thoughts. From the trees at the riverbank, the fragrance of blooming night jasmine drifted toward him. He leaned forward to inhale, the scent delicate and intoxicating, mingling with the earthy aroma of damp moss and fallen leaves. Each breath seemed to carry a whisper of God's care, a reminder that the world, in all its detail, is tenderly watched and sustained. He let himself sink deeper into the quiet, letting the night embrace him, feeling a profound sense of peace settle over every muscle, every thought. A family of deer emerged quietly at the edge of the river, moving with gentle grace through the moonlit grass. He observed them, noting the softness of their movements, the careful placement of hooves on the damp ground, and the attentive way they lifted their heads to sniff the night air. Their presence seemed almost sacred, a living reflection of the serene balance of creation. He whispered a prayer of gratitude for all living beings, asking that God's peace touch each one in its quiet, unfolding life. The river widened as it flowed downstream, catching the moonlight in a broad, shimmering arc. He imagined the water carrying all worries, all unseen burdens gently onward, where God's care would attend to them. A slight mist began to rise from the surface, curling upward like silver smoke, softening the edges of the landscape. He felt as if he were suspended in a gentle embrace, the mist weaving through the air like a silent lullaby, carrying his prayers upward, blending them with the night. He opened his eyes to see the moon's reflection shimmering on the water, the trees mirrored in soft, wavering patterns. Each ripple was a delicate reminder that even in motion, even in change, there is constancy, there is a gentle rhythm set by God. He watched for a long moment, letting the quiet lessons of patience, presence, and care settle in his heart. The night deepened, stars multiplied, and he felt an intimate connection with the unseen, a profound awareness that he was held gently, faithfully, and fully. A small frog croaked from the reeds at the river's edge, a tiny punctuation in the soft symphony of night. He smiled faintly, appreciating the subtle reminders that life continues in its own rhythm, guided and nurtured. Each sound, each movement was a note in a vast, divine composition, and he felt privileged to witness even the smallest portion of it. He whispered another quiet prayer, thanking God for the constancy of this care, for the small and tender miracles present in every detail of the natural world. A breeze moved across the meadow, stirring the grass in soft waves, and he felt it on his skin, cooling and comforting. The scent of earth, of pine, of jasmine, and the faint hint of river mist filled his senses, each element wrapping him in a cocoon of calm. He allowed his thoughts to slow, letting the night and its quiet beauty teach him once again that God's presence is both vast and intimate, gentle yet profoundly sustaining. He rose slowly from the bench, feeling the steady pull of his own heartbeat in rhythm with the gentle night. Each step back along the path to the forest's edge was measured, deliberate and mindful. He noticed the small details along the way, a patch of wildflowers bending in the wind, the soft glimmer of dew on spider silk, the distant call of an owl, the subtle sway of branches overhead. All these small movements felt like whispers of reassurance, reminders that he was part of a living, breathing world held tenderly by God. The moon began to sink lower in the sky, and the stars shifted subtly in their ancient dance. He paused one last time at the edge of the river, looking out over the water and listening to the quiet hum of life around him. He breathed in deeply, letting the peace of the night fill him entirely. A sense of profound calm settled over his chest, and he whispered a final prayer of thanks, feeling a gentle glow of reassurance and belonging. The moonlight softly illuminates the path, guiding the way toward peace. The night sky stretched wide above, silver moonlight spilling gently across the ground, creating a quiet, almost magical atmosphere. He walked along the narrow path, each step feeling light, as if wrapped in the serene embrace of nature. Each movement echoed the earth's quiet rhythm, blending with the gentle beat of his heart. And he felt the calm presence of the Lord beside him. The trees lining the path seemed like silent companions, stretching gracefully in the night breeze, their leaves murmuring softly as though sharing stories of long ago. He paused, closed his eyes, and inhaled deeply, letting the fresh night air seep into every cell, soothing his spirit. In that moment, he felt the nearness of God, like a companion who listens, comforts, and walks alongside without judgment. From a distance, the stream whispered its gentle song, calling him closer to the soft heart of nature. He knelt by the edge, letting the cool water flow through his hands, refreshing his spirit and bringing a sense of stillness. The surface mirrored the moon, sparkling like stars fallen onto the earth, crafting a scene of quiet magic and peace. He lifted his gaze to the heavens, where countless stars shimmered like tiny lanterns, lighting the path ahead. Each star seemed to remind him of God's constant presence, guiding and watching over life with unwavering care. His heart grew lighter, filled with gratitude and serenity, as if wrapped in the embrace of infinite love. The night breeze carried the delicate scent of wildflowers and soft grasses, creating an atmosphere of gentle ease. He rose and continued along the winding path, each step a quiet prayer, each breath a small offering of faith and hope. The path eventually led him to a small house, warm light spilling from the windows, radiating comfort and safety. He paused at the door, feeling a profound sense of calm and contentment. Though life brought challenges, his faith in God granted him strength and solace. Inside, the family gathered around the table, sharing stories and laughter. The warmth of their togetherness filled the room, a tangible expression of love and belonging. He joined them, savoring the simple joy of a shared meal, the soft clinking of dishes and gentle conversations creating a cocoon of peace. In the golden glow of the lamps, he realized that happiness was not found in grand gestures or possessions, but in quiet, simple moments of connection and serenity with loved ones. He thanked God for these blessings and resolved to live each moment fully, with gratitude and love, allowing the gentle light of faith to guide every step forward. The night embraces the world with quiet assurance. The evening air was cool and gentle, brushing softly against the cheeks, carrying with it the faint scent of pine and damp earth. Each inhalation seemed to draw in not only the fragrance of the forest, but also a sense of calm that settled deep within the heart. The sky stretched overhead, dark but speckled with stars, each one a tiny spark of hope, a reminder of a loving presence watching over all creation. The moonlight filtered through the branches, painting silver patterns on the path ahead, like a tender hand guiding each step. Along the quiet trail, small creatures stirred, the rustle of a rabbit hopping through the underbrush, the faint hoot of an owl in the distance, the occasional whisper of wind through the trees. Every sound was soft, measured and reassuring, as if the world itself had slowed down to breathe alongside the soul walking beneath it. With each step, there was a sense of being accompanied by something unseen yet profoundly comforting. The gentle rhythm of footsteps on the forest floor echoed a heartbeat, a pulse that seemed in tune with a deeper, divine cadence. The journey led to a small clearing where the moon shone unhindered, its light spilling across the ground like a soft blessing. Kneeling beside a weathered wooden bench, hands brushed against the rough surface, feeling the history and the quiet strength it held. Eyes closed, the whisper of prayer rose gently, unspoken words flowing like the stream nearby. The water bubbled and rippled, carrying with it a gentle message of renewal. Each droplet seemed a note of reassurance. You are not alone, you are seen, you are loved. A lantern flickered nearby, its warm glow adding a touch of gold to the silver of the moonlight. Shadows danced lightly, creating patterns that shifted slowly like a gentle conversation between light and darkness. The scene invited reflection, a moment to let go of burdens carried silently for too long. Thoughts of past regrets and quiet fears began to fade, replaced by the serene certainty of divine care. In this simple clearing, surrounded by the quiet majesty of night, there was an overwhelming sense of safety and peace. As the night deepened, the forest seemed to lean in, embracing each whisper of prayer. The subtle murmur of the stream, the soft rustle of leaves, and the distant call of nocturnal creatures formed a lullaby, a gentle chorus that spoke of constancy and love. Sitting there, feeling the cool grass beneath, there was an awareness of time, stretching, slowing, giving space for the soul to rest. Thoughts settled into a calm rhythm, no longer racing but flowing gently like the water, serene and steady. The mind wandered to memories of simpler days, afternoons spent in sunlight, the comforting smell of home-cooked meals, the sound of loved ones laughing in the distance. Each memory, tender and quiet, became a thread in a tapestry woven by grace. There was a realization that even in moments of solitude, the presence of God was tangible, a quiet companion in the silence. The heart softened, a gentle warmth spreading through the chest, filling the space where worry had once lingered. A pair of deer appeared at the edge of the clearing, pausing to drink from the stream. Their movements were careful, delicate, embodying a sense of peace that mirrored the mood of the evening. The sight was simple, yet profound, a silent reminder that life continues in quiet harmony, that creation itself whispers of the Creator's care. Watching them, the breath slowed further, the mind quieted, and the heart opened to a deeper sense of gratitude. In that stillness, the gentle voice of prayer rose again, not hurried, not forceful, but calm and sincere. Each word was a thread connecting the soul to a source of light and hope. The night, the moon, the trees, and the flowing water became companions in this intimate conversation with God. There was no need for grand gestures or dramatic revelations. The presence was enough, steady, constant, and soothing. Time seemed to fold in on itself. Stars shifted slowly across the sky, and the moon traced its path with patient grace. Each moment, delicate and fleeting, held a depth that could be felt in the quiet pulse of existence. There was a recognition that peace does not always come in loud proclamations, but in the soft, steady assurance of divine care in the subtle rhythms of night and nature. Finally, rising from the bench, a gentle stretch, a slow inhale and a soft exhale, there was a readiness to return home. The path back was illuminated by moonlight, a silver ribbon leading onward. With each step, the sense of companionship remained, a quiet knowing that the divine presence walked alongside, unseen yet undeniably real. Even as the house came into view, with its warm light spilling into the night, the calm lingered, a subtle assurance that peace could be carried from this clearing into every corner of life. Sitting by the window later, listening to the whisper of leaves and the faint trickle of the stream beyond the garden, the heart felt light. Thoughts drifted lazily, the mind softened, and the body settled into comfort. The night, with all its serene beauty, had become a reminder. Even in the stillness, even in moments of solitude, there is care, love, and unwavering presence. A gentle prayer of gratitude rose again, not hurried, just a soft acknowledgement of the quiet miracles woven into the fabric of life. Dawn tiptoes softly, bringing whispers of hope. The first light of morning crept gently over the horizon, a soft blush stretching across the sky. Each ray of light seemed to brush tenderly across the sleeping fields, illuminating the dew-laden grass with a delicate shimmer. The world stirred quietly. Birds greeted the day with low, melodic chirps, their songs carrying a serene promise that the day was new, unburdened, and filled with gentle possibility. The air was cool, fresh with the scent of earth and flowers just opening to the sun, wrapping everything in a quiet embrace. On the edge of a small clearing, a wooden bench caught the first glow, inviting anyone passing by to pause. Kneeling beside it, hands brushing the smooth surface, there was a sense of stillness that settled the heart. Each breath carried a hint of the forest, of pine needles and soft moss, as if nature itself were whispering words of reassurance. In the quiet, a soft prayer rose, an unhurried conversation full of trust and faith, acknowledging the unchanging presence of God in every moment. The small stream nearby trickled softly, the water weaving around smooth stones and fallen leaves, creating a gentle rhythm that harmonized with the heartbeat of the waking forest. It was easy to imagine that each ripple, each tiny splash carried a message of renewal and grace, a reminder that every day is a gift, and that God's care is woven into the simplest elements of the world. Sitting there, with eyes tracing the shimmer on the water, there was a growing warmth in the chest, a soft light spreading where worry or doubt had lingered. The sky deepened into a palette of pale gold and tender lavender, as if painted by a hand both patient and loving. A light breeze rustled through the branches, brushing past gently, carrying the faint fragrance of morning blossoms. Each motion of the wind seemed like a gentle caress, stirring quiet memories of long past mornings, of simpler days of laughter shared and hands held. In that breeze was a comfort that felt almost tangible, a subtle assurance that life is watched over, that no step is taken alone, and that grace is always present, steady and calm. As the sunlight grew stronger, the dew on the grass glistened like tiny scattered jewels. Tiny insects stirred lazily, moving among the blades, going about their quiet, diligent work. The scene was simple, yet profoundly reassuring. It was easy to see that even the smallest details, an insect's flight, a leaf trembling in the breeze, a bird landing softly on a branch, were part of a larger symphony, a testament to the careful, loving presence of God in all things. Observing it, the heart could rest and the mind could release its tension, as the world itself became a mirror of divine order and calm. Walking slowly along the edge of the clearing, the soft crunch of earth underfoot was accompanied by the gentle call of a distant woodpecker and the subtle rustle of unseen creatures. Each step, deliberate and quiet, was a meditation, a gentle grounding in the rhythm of life around. Hands brushed over the rough bark of a nearby oak, fingers tracing the lines etched by years of growth and endurance, a reminder that patience, steadfastness, and quiet strength are gifts of both nature and spirit. Each moment was enough, complete in its simplicity, filled with subtle beauty that invited the soul to breathe deeply, release worry, and trust. A fox paused at the edge of the trees, its copper coat catching the morning light. Watching it move with careful grace, there was a profound sense of connection, a reminder that all creatures in their small and silent ways are held and watched over. The fox disappeared back into the undergrowth, leaving only the memory of movement, soft and light, a symbol of quiet resilience and gentle care that seemed mirrored in the world itself. The day was beginning, yet it unfolded slowly, as if to ensure that the heart could follow without hurry in its own time. Pausing near the stream, hands dipped into the cool water, sending ripples across the mirrored surface. The reflection of the sky, the rising sun, and the canopy of trees above created a serene tapestry of colour and light. The water's movement seemed to carry a soft message. Even small gestures ripple outward, touching more than one can see, echoing acts of faith, kindness, and love. Kneeling there, feeling the gentle tug of the water around the fingers, there was a quiet understanding that each moment of attentiveness, each gentle act of care, reflects a larger divine order. It was an intimate whisper from God. You are seen, you are held, you are loved. As the morning continued to unfold, sunlight streamed in golden shafts through the leaves, casting long, shifting shadows that played lightly on the ground. Each shadow seemed to dance slowly, a delicate ballet of light and dark that reminded the soul of the balance inherent in life. There was peace in this quiet play, a subtle rhythm that encouraged reflection, meditation, and a soft exhale. Breath slowed naturally, muscles relaxed, and the heart opened to the gentle guidance of a loving presence. Returning toward the small cabin at the edge of the clearing, footsteps soft and measured, the mind traced thoughts of gratitude and hope. The simple pleasures of the morning, the gentle warmth on the skin, the sound of flowing water, the subtle rustle of leaves were reminders that God's care permeates even the ordinary, the unnoticed. Each detail, each quiet sound, each soft light upon the earth carried reassurance, a faithful presence, an ever-present peace, an invitation to trust. The cabin door opened to reveal the warm glow of a hearth, flickering and welcoming. Inside, the aroma of fresh bread mingled with the lingering scent of morning air from the open windows. Sitting by the fire, hands cradling a warm cup, eyes tracing the golden flames, the heart settled fully. There was no rush, no urgency, only the quiet, steady comfort of presence. Thoughts drifted lazily, memories mingled with the simplicity of the morning, and a gentle sense of God's nearness filled the room like a soft, sustaining light. The day stretched ahead, yet there was no need to hurry. Time itself seemed to soften, giving space for reflection, for gentle prayer, for the quiet enjoyment of creation's small wonders. Even in silence there was conversation, with God, with the world, with the inner self. Each glance at a sunlit leaf, each sip of warm tea, each gentle inhale of crisp air became a reminder that peace is not far, It is close, within reach, gently unfolding in each attentive moment. The heart, warmed and calmed, allowed a soft smile to emerge. Even simple motions, the turning of a page, the quiet hum of the wind, the distant bird calls, were sufficient to remind the soul of its place in a vast, loving order. Gratitude, tender and quiet, flowed naturally, not forced, not rushed, just a steady current like the stream nearby. The morning light, the soft sounds, and the gentle warmth of the cabin combined into a harmonious assurance. Life is held, love surrounds, and faith continues, steady and enduring. The trees hum softly, a gentle lullaby of faith. As the sun climbed higher, the forest deepened in colour, the greens of leaves and moss rich and vibrant. The morning dew had settled, leaving a glistening film on every branch and blade, catching light like tiny lanterns suspended in the air. Moving slowly along the path that wound between the ancient oaks, each step was cushioned by layers of fallen leaves and soft earth, the forest floor a gentle quilt underfoot. It was easy to feel the presence of something greater in this quiet, the rustling of leaves and distant bird calls forming a soft symphony, an unspoken hymn of creation. Near the bend of a small stream, a wooden bridge arched gently, its boards worn smooth by countless feet. Pausing, hands brushing the railing, it was possible to feel the pulse of the forest, the quiet, steady life that persisted through centuries. Each ripple in the water seemed to carry a small, sacred message. Reassurance, renewal, gentle guidance. Kneeling by the edge, fingers touching the cool surface, it was as if the stream itself whispered, reminding the heart to slow, to breathe, to trust in the unseen care that moves through the world with patient constancy. The scent of pine mingled with the faint sweetness of wildflowers, and the soft murmur of the stream provided a rhythm that matched the quiet pulse of the body. In this sanctuary of green and gold, the mind began to drift naturally toward gentle reflection. Thoughts of yesterday, with all its small concerns and unnoticed blessings, rose quietly, like soft clouds on the horizon. Each memory was met with a gentle understanding, a compassionate light that seemed to settle over the spirit, whispering that all is known, all is held, and no moment passes without meaning. Above, the branches swayed with the wind, the leaves creating a soft, rustling chorus. The sound was subtle, yet persistent, like a delicate conversation between the earth and the sky. A family of sparrows flitted among the branches, their small wings stirring the air in quick, harmonious beats. Observing them, it was easy to notice how even the smallest life was woven into the larger tapestry, every movement a testament to care and intention. In this, the heart found its own rhythm, slow and unhurried, flowing in concert with the life surrounding it, and an inner calm settled deeply. Further along the path, sunlight spilled through the canopy in shifting beams, casting a patchwork of warmth and shadow across the forest floor. Each step forward brought new sights, a delicate fern unfurling its fronds, a butterfly pausing on a blossom, the soft glint of water pooling in the curve of a stone. These small moments of grace carried quiet lessons, patience, attentiveness, reverence for the ordinary wonders that unfold every day. With each observation, a gentle sense of gratitude emerged, unspoken and soft, a steady current beneath the pulse of awareness. In a clearing, a small wooden bench sat beneath a towering elm. The air was still except for the whispering leaves above. Sitting down, the hands rested lightly on the weathered surface, absorbing the texture and history etched into it. Closing eyes, the mind turned inward, tracing the soft arcs of memory and feeling. A quiet prayer rose, unhurried and gentle, expressing nothing more than a desire to remain open, receptive and present. There was no urgency, no expectation, only the warm assurance that faith is patient and love persistent, enveloping even the smallest gestures of thought and intention. The gentle warmth of the sun brushed the face, mingling with the subtle coolness of the shade. Shadows moved slowly, elongating and shrinking as the morning progressed. Somewhere in the distance, the soft trill of a songbird punctuated the silence, a brief, bright note that reminded the heart of joy woven into simplicity. Breathing in the forest air, rich with earth and leaf, there was a sense of interconnectedness, a quiet understanding that each element, the soil, the water, the sun, the life moving among them, is part of a larger, loving whole. A fallen log, moss-covered and soft underfoot, invited touch and attention. Fingers tracing its rough contours felt the age, the cycles of growth and decay, and the resilience that persists in quiet corners. Kneeling there in contact with earth and life, it was easy to sense the tender constancy of God in all things, the unseen hand that guides, nurtures, and preserves. Thoughts of gratitude arose naturally, not as obligation, but as the soft recognition of presence and care, an acknowledgement that even the most ordinary elements carry divine reflection. Continuing along the winding path, small patches of sunlight illuminated tiny flowers, violets, daisies, and wild mint. Kneeling to touch them, to observe their delicate forms, one could feel the softness of each petal, the subtle vibrancy that comes from life, fully embraced. There was no hurry, no expectation beyond noticing and appreciating. Each breath matched the gentle flow of the forest, slow and deliberate, and the heart absorbed the quiet lessons of attention, care, and humility. By mid-morning, the clearing expanded into a small meadow. The grass swayed in gentle waves under the caress of the wind, and distant hills rolled softly, bathed in light that seemed almost tangible. Standing there, arms lightly outstretched, it was possible to feel the immensity of the world and the intimate closeness of God simultaneously. The quiet expanse invited reflection, the soft horizon encouraging openness to the unfolding day, and an inner reassurance settled deep within, reminding that presence, love, and care are constants, flowing through all things and all moments. Returning slowly toward the forest edge, footsteps soft on the leaf-strewn path, the awareness of small creatures, ants, beetles, birds, continued to draw attention. Each movement, each whisper of life was a gentle reminder that attention to the ordinary is sacred. The wind continued to murmur through the branches, a steady, comforting rhythm, a song of trust and patience. Each inhalation of cool, fragrant air reinforced the gentle certainty that the heart is held, that peace is available, and that simple attentiveness is a gateway to quiet joy and calm assurance. Reaching the wooden cabin, the windows reflected the morning light in soft golden hues. Inside, the hearth glowed faintly, promising warmth and continuity. Settling near the fire with a light shawl draped over shoulders, a cup of tea cradled in hands, the heart remained aligned with the gentle rhythm of the day. Thoughts meandered slowly, accompanied by soft music of distant birds and the whisper of the wind, all serving as a reminder of God's abiding presence in both the grand and minute details of life. The morning continued in gentle progression. Each small observation, each intentional breath, reinforcing the sense of calm and assurance. The light on the walls shifted subtly, painting the room with delicate patterns. The soft aroma of brewed tea mingled with the forest scents wafting through the open window. Hands trace the contours of the cup, fingers brushing the warm ceramic, feeling the heat and weight as a subtle anchor to the present moment. In these small attentions, there was both mindfulness and devotion, a soft acknowledgement of divine care in every ordinary act. As the sun rose higher, a gentle breeze danced through the cabin, carrying the faint scent of wildflowers from outside. The room was filled with a warmth that was both physical and spiritual, a quiet, pervasive sense of security. Thoughts drifted naturally toward gratitude for the morning, for life, for continued presence of care that threads through the mundane and extraordinary alike. Each pause, each breath was a subtle act of faith, a gentle acknowledgement of being held, supported and loved without need for words beyond simple awareness. Slowly, the mind and body settled into a rhythm, a gentle oscillation between noticing and releasing, between presence and reflection. Eyes lingered on the play of sunlight across the walls, on the flickering shadows of leaves, on the subtle movement of dust motes suspended in golden light. Each detail invited attention without demand, drawing the spirit into a soft awareness that was both grounding and elevating. Faith, like the morning light, was persistent yet gentle, warm yet unobtrusive, always present in the quiet unfolding of the day. The river hums softly, carrying calm through every curve. The morning sunlight stretched across the meadow, spilling into the dense edge of the forest where a gentle river traced its path, winding slowly between mossy banks and smooth stones. Its surface reflected the sky in soft blues and hints of cloud, and small ripples moved over the water with a quiet persistence, a rhythm unhurried and eternal. The sound, barely louder than a whisper, mingled with distant birdsong, creating a symphony of gentle life that seemed to breathe along with the observer. Walking along the bank, each step pressed softly into damp earth, releasing the faint scent of river mud and pine. Fingers brushed over clusters of moss, small ferns tucked into crevices between stones, noticing the delicate patterns of growth and decay intertwined. The air was cool and fragrant, carrying a hint of distant wildflowers, and the quiet flow of the river mirrored the subtle, unspoken passage of time. A leaf floated past, twirling gently in the current, reminding that life moves gracefully, with care, if only observed without haste. Along the bank, dragonflies hovered, their iridescent wings catching sunlight in fleeting glimmers, and small fish darted beneath the surface, disappearing and reappearing in a playful dance. Kneeling to watch, there was a feeling of connection, a subtle understanding that even in stillness, the world is full of movement, all orchestrated with tender care. Every ripple, every flutter of wings was a reminder of constant attention from the one who watches, who guides, who nurtures life in all its forms. A wooden dock extended slightly over the water, its boards weathered smooth with age, inviting pause and reflection. Sitting at the edge, legs dangling over the gentle current, hands tracing the grain of the wood, a sense of deep calm settled over the mind. The river's murmuring seemed to echo the soft assurances of prayer, steady and unhurried, each note a gentle reinforcement of faith and trust. Thoughts drifted naturally, floating like leaves on the water, carried in quiet contemplation toward the constancy of care and presence beyond immediate perception. The sun climbed higher, filtering through tall willows that leaned toward the river as if listening intently. Their branches swayed lightly, brushing the surface of the water and creating patterns of dappled light that danced with the ripples. A pair of swans glided smoothly, their white feathers a luminous contrast to the darker reflections, moving together with seamless harmony. Observing them, the mind found a quiet joy in the unity and rhythm of life, the effortless grace in which creation flowed. Alongside the riverbank, wild flowers, pale bluebells and soft yellow daisies, leaned gently in the breeze. The scent of the blossoms mixed with the earthy aroma of damp soil, creating a gentle perfume that filled the senses without overwhelming them. Pausing to touch the petals, to feel the soft texture and notice the tiny veins within, a gentle awareness of attentiveness emerged. These small acts of noticing were, in themselves, a form of prayer, a soft acknowledgement of presence, of life, of the care that sustains everything visible and unseen. A small path curved alongside the river, lined with smooth stones and mossy edges, leading toward a grove where light and shadow played in a delicate dance. Walking slowly, each step intentional, it was possible to feel the quiet rhythm of the world, the gentle heartbeat of life mirrored in one's own breath. Soft sounds accompanied each movement, the whisper of water over stones, the occasional drip from an overhanging branch, the subtle rustle of hidden animals. Each moment was a lesson in patience, in presence, in gratitude for what is quietly offered every day. Stopping beneath the shade of a maple tree, the sunlight flickered through leaves, painting moving patterns on the forest floor and over the skin. Taking a deep, slow breath, the cool air filled the lungs with a mix of freshness and earthiness, grounding the spirit in the immediacy of now. Tiny insects moved along leaves and moss, imperceptible at first, yet revealing themselves in careful observation. Watching them, it was easy to sense the harmony in all things, the soft guidance that pervades life, and the gentle assurance that each being has its purpose, its care, its place within the whole. On the riverbank, a small canoe rested, half submerged at the edge, waiting silently for hands to guide it. Leaning over to touch the worn wood, it was easy to feel history, the subtle traces of many journeys, each stroke leaving gentle imprints on the water, each moment of stillness reflecting a pause in life's currents. The thought arose softly, in the small and ordinary, there is presence, attention, and love. And in those quiet currents, even unnoticed by the world, God's care flows steadily, a reminder that no life, no moment is insignificant. The river turned gently, carrying a few floating petals downstream. Sitting still, eyes tracing the movement, the mind open to the soft lessons of patience and trust. Thoughts of past troubles and future uncertainties drifted alongside, observed without tension, released into the slow flow of the current. Each ripple mirrored the gentle hand of guidance, each reflection on the water a quiet reassurance that life unfolds according to wisdom far beyond immediate comprehension. Further along, the river widened slightly, forming a quiet pool surrounded by reeds. The sunlight made the water shimmer with golden specks, and tiny waves lapped softly against the shore. Dragonflies and butterflies mingled over the surface, and the hum of distant bees added a delicate, persistent harmony. Pausing here, breathing slowly, it was easy to sense an expansive calm, a quiet, enveloping presence that reassured the heart of order, purpose, and gentle oversight in all things. The sound of the flowing water intertwined with the whispers of leaves and distant birds, creating a continuous, soothing background. Each inhalation became an invitation to peace, each exhalation a gentle release of tension, a quiet acknowledgement of reliance on what is constant and good. Observing the river, the trees, and the small creatures, the heart naturally softened, expanding into a calm awareness that every element, every life, is held tenderly. The canoe beckoned again, this time inviting a quiet, slow journey along the winding river. Sliding in gently, hands trailing through the cool water, the current carried a sense of gentle motion, a rhythm that matched the inner pulse of breath and thought. The sun warmed the back. The air was perfumed with fresh water and nearby blooms, and the soft lull of flowing water became a natural meditation. Every shift of the paddle, every ripple, was a reminder of the guidance that flows through all lives, seen and unseen. As the canoe drifted, sunlight glimmered on water, turning small waves into tiny diamonds. Birds called softly from treetops, and the occasional frog leapt from shore to water, creating subtle ripples. The mind followed these small movements, allowing each to be observed without judgment, each gentle ripple a reflection of patience, love, and presence. The quiet encouragement of God seemed woven into each motion, each breath, and each soft touch of nature, offering reassurance that nothing is overlooked, nothing forgotten. Pausing midstream, the gentle rocking of the canoe became almost hypnotic, a lullaby carried by the river itself. Thoughts of faith and trust rose naturally unhurried, settling like sediment at the bottom of the mind. The subtle warmth of sunlight, the soft scent of the river, and the quiet symphony of life combined to create a profound sense of security, a reminder that all things are tended, watched over, and held with care. Returning to the riverbank as afternoon approached, the canoe grounded gently on soft mud, hands brushing lightly over the wooden surface. Standing, stretching slightly, the body and mind felt renewed, lightened by the quiet communion with flowing water, the rustle of trees, and the attentiveness of the heart. Each small step back toward the cabin, along the mossy path, was a continuation of the journey inward, a gradual return to the gentle rhythms of life and awareness, carrying with it the soft imprint of peace and trust. Inside the cabin, settling near a window that framed the river, the heart remained attentive to the quiet. Sunlight continued to play on surfaces, the faint hum of life outside mingling with thoughts of gratitude and faith. Each breath and small motion, holding a cup, tracing the rim, shifting slightly in warmth, became a meditation, a gentle recognition that calm, presence, and divine care are constants. Even in the most ordinary actions, there is the subtle echo of love and assurance, a reminder to move gently, breathe deeply, and rest in quiet faith. The meadow exhales its evening calm, inviting quiet reflection. As the sun dipped low behind distant hills, the meadow stretched wide, painted in muted golds and soft shadows. A gentle breeze wandered through, brushing against the tall grass and wildflowers, carrying with it the delicate scent of earth and blossoms. Each blade of grass swayed with subtle rhythm, as though acknowledging the presence of something larger than itself, a quiet attentiveness to the unfolding day. The sky above softened into hues of lavender and pale amber, a serene transition that reminded one of the steady hand of care guiding all things. Walking slowly along a winding path, the soles of shoes pressed softly into the damp earth, releasing faint impressions that would soon fade. Occasionally, a small rabbit or field mouse peeked from the edges of brush, observing without fear, as if the calm itself extended to every living creature. Overhead, the flight of a lone hawk traced arcs in the fading light, each glide purposeful and unhurried, mirroring the measured pace of thought and breath in the quiet observer. Nearby, a cluster of wildflowers, delicate and varied in color, bent gently in the breeze. Their petals, almost translucent in the soft light, reminded that beauty often resides in small, unassuming forms. Kneeling to observe, fingertips brushed lightly over the cool surfaces. feeling subtle textures and tiny imperfections that told the story of resilience and growth. In the stillness, there was a sense of presence, a reassurance that each life, no matter how small, is held in tender attention. The path led to a small wooden bench, worn smooth with time, nestled beneath an arching elm. Sitting there, the air filled with the scent of grass and distant woods, it was possible to close eyes and simply listen. Crickets began their gentle evening song, punctuated by the occasional flutter of wings or rustle of leaves. Each sound blended seamlessly into the next, a lullaby of life that carried a subtle message of faith. All is tended, all is safe, all is meaningful in its place. A soft stream meandered through the meadow, its waters catching the last glimmers of sunlight, creating patterns of flickering gold and silver on the surface. Leaning over, fingertips brushed the cool water, sending small ripples outward. Observing the gentle movements, it became easy to notice how interconnected each element was. The water carrying whispers of the forest, the grass leaning toward the stream, and the sky reflecting in quiet harmony. It was a quiet lesson in trust. Even the smallest acts, unnoticed by the world, are part of a greater, ordered whole. A pair of deer emerged from the tree line, their movements slow and deliberate. They paused to drink from the stream, ears twitching to catch every subtle sound. Their presence was calming, a reminder that life moves at its own pace, free from urgency, guided by instinct and care. Watching them, the mind found a gentle rhythm in unison with the natural world, each breath and heartbeat harmonizing with the subtle pulse of creation surrounding it. Nearby, the soft hum of bees lingered among late-blooming flowers, their wings vibrating like tiny instruments playing an unending song. Each small motion was a delicate reminder of purpose, of persistent care that is both unseen and essential. Sitting quietly, one could feel a similar rhythm within, a gentle urging toward presence, observation, and mindful trust in the constancy of divine guidance. As the evening deepened, fireflies emerged, tiny lanterns flickering in the twilight, their brief illumination adding a mystical layer to the meadow. Each light seemed to mark a moment of attention, a quiet affirmation that the world is alive with unseen grace. Watching them hover and dart, it became clear that the quietest beings often carry the softest, yet most profound messages of reassurance. A soft haze rose from the grass as the temperature dipped slightly, carrying the earthy scent of cooling soil and dew forming. Hands brushed against damp grass, collecting the scent in subtle memory. Each inhalation drew in a sense of connection with the ground, the sky, and the surrounding life. The mind, free from hurry, felt the gentle weight of gratitude for the simple gifts of presence, light, air, and quiet companionship of the meadow. In the distance, the first stars appeared, tiny pinpoints of light scattered across a deepening indigo sky. Their subtle brilliance reflected on the surface of the stream, creating a pathway of soft illumination. Each star seemed to hold a promise. Even in the vast expanse, nothing is lost, nothing forgotten. The meadow, the stream, the wildlife, and the observer, all were touched by the same calm, enduring grace. Sitting longer, the bench became a vessel for reflection. Thoughts once scattered slowed and aligned with the natural rhythm around them. Moments of doubt or worry were acknowledged gently, then set aside as leaves drifted down to rest on the earth. The mind found its own quiet current, paralleling the stream and the swaying grasses, a steady assurance that all things, seen and unseen, are within care. The cricket's song grew richer, mingling with the soft whisper of leaves. Shadows lengthened, mingling with pools of golden light. creating a tapestry that seemed alive with subtle movements. Each breath in this twilight stillness brought an expanding calm, a growing sense of peace, a quiet recognition of presence beyond immediate perception. Closing eyes briefly, one could imagine the river and the meadow intertwined, a seamless flow of care and attention, moving steadily and kindly through every moment. Every sound, light and motion became a gentle encouragement to remain present, to trust, and to rest within the soft embrace of divine order. Finally, rising from the bench, footsteps careful and measured, the path back to the cabin seemed shorter, each movement imbued with the quiet lessons of the evening. The last rays of sun lingered on the horizon, casting long, comforting shadows, a reminder that even as light fades, guidance and care remain constant. Inside the cabin, lights softened and the room smelled faintly of evening herbs and wood smoke. Sitting by a window, watching the meadow bathe in moonlight, the observer felt the slow settling of body and mind, a gentle surrender to the calm that surrounds. All who pause breathe and trust. The meadow, the river, the subtle life all around carried forward a quiet assurance. Faith, peace, and care are ever present. The river hums softly, carrying whispers of quiet hope. The twilight settled across the valley like a soft, welcoming blanket. Along the riverbank, reeds swayed gently, their tips kissing the water's surface, as if acknowledging the touch of an unseen hand. The river, wide yet slow-moving, reflected the fading hues of the sky, lavender melting into deep indigo, with streaks of warm amber where the last rays lingered. A soft mist rose from the water, blending with the cool evening air, wrapping the riverbank in a veil that seemed to hush all the distant sounds of human life. Walking barefoot on the soft, damp sand at the edge of the river, the souls felt the coolness of the earth, grounding each step. Small fish darted just below the surface, catching tiny fragments of light and turning them into fleeting sparks. Their movements were precise, delicate, almost like prayers of motion that spoke to the order beneath the apparent randomness of life. Pausing, hands hovered over the water, feeling its smooth chill, listening to its continuous, soft murmur that seemed to say, all is held, all is known, all is loved. Along the riverbank, the shadows of trees stretched long and slender, mingling with the subtle glow of fireflies beginning their nightly dance. Each little light, fleeting and delicate, appeared as a reminder that even the smallest sparks can brighten the darkest corners. A soft breeze passed through the leaves, carrying with it the scent of wet earth and distant pine, stirring the air with a rhythm so gentle that it felt like the heartbeat of creation itself. A solitary heron stepped carefully from the shallows, its long legs making only the faintest ripples in the water. It paused, head tilted, watching the reflections and the quiet movement of the river with a patient stillness. Its presence was a meditation, a slow, intentional attention to the world that inspired a sense of deep calm in the observer. Watching the heron, it became easier to notice the rhythm of one's own breath, the rise and fall, mirroring the gentle undulation of the water and the sway of the reeds. Nearby, a small wooden dock extended into the river, worn smooth by years of sun, rain, and footsteps. Sitting at the edge, legs dangling above the water, fingers tracing the grain of the old wood, the mind could drift freely. Tiny ripples lapped softly against the pilings, as if greeting each visitor with a whispered assurance. The distant call of an owl added a gentle punctuation to the quiet, its voice carrying across the still water like a hymn that needed no words. On the opposite bank, the silhouettes of distant hills formed a protective embrace around the river valley. Between the hills and the water, a scattering of wild flowers swayed in the last light, each bloom bowing slightly to the passing breeze. Kneeling to gently touch the petals, one could feel the faint texture of dew, a subtle reminder that each small life, unnoticed by most, carries its own quiet significance. Each touch, each soft bend of a flower or brush of grass became an act of gentle awareness and thanksgiving, a silent prayer in motion. The evening deepened and stars began to pierce the indigo sky, their reflections shimmering on the rippling water. The constellations were familiar, silent guides overhead, their ancient patterns whispering the continuity of creation and the steadfastness of care that reaches through time. Sitting quietly on the dock, eyes lifted to the heavens, the heart felt an expanding calm, a reassurance that life's currents are guided, even when unseen, and that every small moment is infused with meaning and grace. Frogs croaked softly from the reeds, their cadence forming a subtle accompaniment to the river's gentle song. A breeze stirred the leaves above, and somewhere in the distance a small animal rustled through fallen branches. Each sound blended seamlessly into a quiet symphony, each note a reminder that every creature, every movement is part of a greater harmony, tended with care. In this gentle symphony, thoughts of worry or tension seemed to dissolve, leaving only a steady, comforting rhythm of presence and trust. The dock, now bathed in the silver light of the rising moon, felt like a bridge between worlds, between earth and water, between human awareness and the divine order that flows through all. Hands rested lightly on the surface of the planks, feeling the faint warmth left from the day, a reminder of continuity and stability amidst change. Each breath drawn seemed to merge with the sounds of the river, the whispers of the wind, and the soft chorus of nocturnal life. Pausing to watch, a dragonfly skimmed the water's surface, wings shimmering in the moonlight. Its delicate flight was a lesson in presence, attentive, deliberate, unhurried. Each beat of its wings mirrored the rhythm of the heart, the ebb and flow of thought settling gently into a steady awareness of the now. Observing such small, precise movements offered a sense of deep reassurance that even the seemingly fleeting moments carry their place in a careful, ordered world. The river's curve led to a small bend where reeds thickened, forming a natural sanctuary. Sitting on a flat stone nearby, hands cupping the cool water, it was possible to watch the way light and shadow played on the surface, noticing subtle shifts in reflection as a breeze passed through. Each ripple became a small meditation, a quiet affirmation of the steady presence of care, of God's enduring attention to all that is fragile, fleeting, or hidden. A soft rain began to fall, light enough to create tiny rings across the river's surface, each circle expanding and fading with gentle impermanence. The sound was rhythmic, a soothing accompaniment to the quiet symphony of evening. The whisper of reeds, the occasional splash of fish, the distant owl, and the dragonfly's wings. The rain's delicate patter offered a gentle invitation to release tension, to allow thoughts to settle, and to trust in the steady guidance that flows unseen but faithfully through every life. Closing eyes briefly, the observer could imagine the river flowing on endlessly, carrying away cares, offering nourishment to all it touched, reflecting both the fading light and the emerging stars. Each inhalation felt like the river's cool, steady current entering the body, refreshing, calming, and aligning the spirit with the quiet assurance of presence, order, and love. Rising from the stone, each step along the riverbank felt deliberate and full of connection. The moonlight illuminated small details, dew-laden petals, tiny footprints in the sand. the glint of water over pebbles. The path back toward the cabin seemed imbued with the same gentle care, guiding one safely home as the night deepened, filled with the steady, soft hum of life, nurtured and protected. Inside, sitting by the window with a warm cup of tea, the river's song continued in memory, mingling with the faint scent of evening herbs and wood smoke. Every sound, shadow, and movement recalled the lessons of patience, trust, and quiet faith, that all is known, all is cared for, and even in darkness, gentle guidance prevails. The heart, lulled by the river's calm, found itself sinking softly into a state of serene presence, resting in the assurance of care and love that never ceases. The meadow glows softly under the watchful eye of the moon. The night unfolded over the meadow like a velvet cloak, dotted with tiny blooms that shimmered in the pale light of the rising moon. Each flower, delicate and luminous, seemed to breathe in rhythm with the soft night wind, its petals quivering gently as if whispering prayers to the sky. A thin veil of mist hugged the ground, softening the contours of the earth, making the world appear slower, gentler, more aware of the quiet miracles often overlooked in daylight. Walking barefoot through the cool grass, each step pressed into the earth with a gentle weight, a tender reminder of the life that sustains all creation. Tiny moths fluttered around, their faint wings catching moonlight for a fleeting moment, a reminder that even the smallest life carries a purpose, that every motion, every pause is seen and cherished. In the hush of this evening, it was easy to imagine the tender presence of God in every ripple of the grass, every shadow cast by the soft sway of the wild flowers. A small brook ran along one edge of the meadow, its water whispering over smooth stones in a rhythm that seemed to mirror the heartbeat. The sound was steady, calm, grounding, carrying with it an unspoken assurance. All is held, all is guided, all is watched over. Pausing to rest on a mossy rock, hands cupped over the cold, clear water, it was possible to see reflections of the stars above, dancing alongside tiny silver fish, a quiet echo of heaven touching earth. The gentle call of an owl drifted across the meadow, blending with the faint rustle of leaves in a distant grove. A pair of deer stepped softly through the mist, moving with a grace that seemed sacred, their eyes wide and reflective, ears twitching at every subtle sound. They paused briefly to drink at the brook, and for a moment time seemed to hold its breath, the stillness filled with the sense of care and watchfulness that blankets the world each night. On the far edge of the meadow, an old wooden fence leaned slightly, weathered by wind and rain over the years. Leaning against it, fingers tracing the grooves and knots of the aged wood, one could feel the continuity of time and the enduring steadiness of presence that often goes unnoticed. Each plank told a story of patience, endurance, and quiet faithfulness, lessons written in wood, wind, and shadow rather than words. Fireflies began their nightly dance, blinking in a slow, deliberate rhythm, their lights reflecting in dewdrops and on the wet grass. Watching them move, one could almost hear their tiny pulses as if the meadow itself were breathing. A gentle lullaby of presence, of life nurtured, of guidance that moves silently but never fails. Every flicker became a gentle affirmation that even the unseen or unnoticed are cherished, that every small act, every quiet presence is part of a larger tapestry of care. Sitting in the middle of the meadow, legs crossed and hands resting lightly on knees, it was easy to surrender to the rhythm of the night, the soft sway of grass, the occasional ripple of the brook. the distant rustle of nocturnal creatures, all conspired to draw the heart inward to a quiet, steady awareness of being held, seen, and loved. The moonlight touched the meadow with a tender glow, and shadows became companions, softly accentuating the gentle contours of the earth, inviting contemplation and restful attention. A gentle breeze stirred the petals of the flowers, carrying their subtle scent across the open space. Each inhalation brought a sense of clarity, a quieting of anxious thoughts, as if the air itself were infused with the calm assurance of divine presence. Tiny insects hummed faintly, almost inaudible, their songs a subtle background that reminded the listener of the intricate harmony woven through the natural world. A small bench under a young oak invited pause. Sitting there, the weight of the day slowly melted away. Fingers traced the grain of the wood, feeling the warmth retained from the sun earlier, and the mind could drift gently, reflecting on the small gifts of presence, patience, and gentle guidance experienced throughout life. Each detail, the texture of the bark, the coolness of the evening air, the soft sounds of the meadow, served as a meditation, a soft reassurance that life, though fleeting and delicate, is continuously tended and cherished. Above, stars glimmered steadily, distant yet unwavering. The constellations, ancient in their forms, whispered silently of continuity, of faithfulness that stretches beyond human understanding. The gentle hum of the night, the brook, the rustling leaves, the distant owl, wove together a melody that soothed the heart and quieted the mind. Breathing in rhythm with the world, each exhale carried away tension, each inhalation filled with calm, with trust, with the quiet certainty of being held and cared for. A fox, cautious and light-footed, paused at the edge of the meadow, its eyes glinting in the moonlight. Watching it move, so deliberate, so aware, reminded the observer of the sacred rhythm that pervades all life, the balance of attention, patience, and gentle care. Even in its quiet, purposeful motion, there was a lesson that life, though sometimes uncertain and fleeting, is guided with deliberate love and quiet constancy. The river murmured nearby, flowing steadily beyond sight, and the soft rustle of reeds in the breeze joined in a harmony of sounds that was at once grounding and ethereal. It was as if the meadow, the river, the trees, and every creature present were participating in a shared meditation of faith, each note and movement a gentle affirmation that the night, with all its calm and shadow, is a sanctuary of presence, love, and unspoken guidance. Closing eyes, it was easy to imagine the moonlight falling softly across the world, illuminating the small details, the hidden corners, the delicate lives that go unnoticed by most. Each petal, each ripple, each tiny creature carried a lesson in trust, patience, and the quiet power of presence. In this stillness, the heart felt held, the mind quieted, and the spirit softened, ready to rest in the gentle, enduring care that permeates the night. The pond mirrors the stars above, still and unwavering. The evening deepened as the pond lay calm beneath a sky heavy with stars, each one twinkling faintly like a tender promise. The water's surface was glassy, reflecting the infinite canopy above, dotted with constellations that had guided countless hearts before. A subtle mist hovered over the edges, curling around the reeds and water lilies in gentle spirals, creating a quiet sanctuary of reflection and calm. Every ripple in the water seemed intentional, a small echo of unseen hands guiding the world with care and precision. Sitting on the weathered wooden dock, toes grazing the cool water, a gentle breeze whispered across the pond. The scent of wet earth mingled with the fragrance of night-blooming flowers along the bank, a subtle perfume that filled the lungs with a sense of peace. Frogs croaked softly from hidden corners, their voices harmonizing with the distant call of a nightingale, creating a lullaby that drew attention inward, inviting contemplation and trust in unseen providence. Dragonflies hovered just above the surface, their delicate wings catching starlight for fleeting moments, as if each movement carried a tiny reflection of divine care. A small turtle, shell glistening from the last sunlight of the day, slipped into the water silently, creating concentric ripples that moved outward, touching reeds, stones, and lily pads. In watching this slow, deliberate motion, the heart was reminded of the subtle, often invisible ways that guidance and love manifest in the world. A heron stepped carefully along the shallow edge, each movement deliberate, its shadow stretching across the water as it leaned down to drink. Even the tiniest detail of its motion, the subtle flex of a wing, the slow tilt of the head, seemed to carry a lesson in patience, attentiveness, and the beauty of moving through life with care. There was a rhythm to the scene that was both grounding and ethereal, a steady pulse that resonated deeply, inviting the observer to slow, to breathe, to notice. The surrounding forest exhaled quietly, leaves trembling in response to the soft wind. Insects hummed faintly, almost inaudible, their patterns of flight as precise as prayer beads strung across the night. Each sound, each subtle motion invited awareness of the unseen, the constant presence that moves quietly beneath the surface of everyday life. The water reflected not only the stars but also the moon's gentle arc, casting silver light that danced slowly across the pond's edge, illuminating reeds, rocks, and small flowering plants in a tender, deliberate glow. A lone firefly floated past, its blinking light mirrored perfectly in the still water. It moved with unhurried purpose, a reminder that even in darkness, tiny lights can guide and comfort. Watching it, the mind softened, releasing lingering tension, letting go of the distractions and weight of daily thought, feeling instead a subtle pulse of assurance, as if the world itself was offering a whispered promise. All is seen, all is held, all is cherished. The dock creaked softly beneath weight as hands rested lightly on the warm wood. Fingers traced the grain, each line and knot a quiet testament to the passage of time, to endurance, to the unseen hand that shapes and preserves. The air was cool, yet inviting, filled with a subtle warmth from the lingering heat of the day and the tender glow of moonlight on the water. Each inhalation brought awareness of presence, each exhalation a soft release of worry, a gentle invitation to trust in care that is constant, patient, and abiding. Across the pond, a willow tree leaned over the water, its branches trailing like delicate fingers that touched the surface in occasional gentle ripples. Sitting beneath it, the soft rustle of leaves created a quiet, soothing soundtrack. Tiny buds on the branches stirred in the wind, reflecting the moon's light like a constellation within reach, a soft reminder of growth, renewal, and the tender work of God present in every living thing. As night deepened, the pond seemed to expand, embracing more than just the visible. Shadows moved softly, folding into the landscape like quiet prayers, carrying the weight of unseen thoughts, concerns, and hopes. A sense of continuity filled the space. The water, the trees, the stars, and the creatures all participated in a shared rhythm, a gentle, enduring affirmation that life, care, and divine presence are constant, even when unnoticed. Sitting still, letting the night envelope every sense, The heart could feel the subtle pulse of life beneath the surface. The water's edge was cool against bare feet, the reeds brushing softly against the skin, each sound a note in the symphony of the night. Thoughts of burdens, long-held worries and minor aches melted into this rhythm, softened by the gentle, patient constancy that surrounds every moment. The mind became a mirror to the still pond, quiet, receptive, open to the gentle embrace of peace that flows endlessly, invisibly, yet tangibly through life. A soft breeze carried the scent of pine and wet earth, and the distant croak of frogs mingled with the rhythmic hum of the night. Each breath became an anchor, drawing attention to the present, to the quiet work of unseen hands, to the tender light that touches all creation. Every detail, the shimmer of a star on water, the curve of a lily pad, the deliberate motion of a small creature, formed a tapestry of care, each element reflecting the love and guidance that quietly holds all things. The moon traced its slow path across the sky, and the water reflected it in ripples and soft glimmers. Shadows lengthened, contracted, then merged with the darkness, a gentle reminder that even in fading light, presence endures, steady and unwavering. The heron retreated silently to the trees, the turtle disappeared beneath the surface, and the fireflies continued their deliberate glowing dance. Each movement, each subtle sound carried reassurance. Life is tended, hearts are known, and the quiet work of love continues unnoticed yet persistently. Hands resting lightly on knees, sitting beneath the willow, the mind quiet, the heart open. It was possible to feel the tender embrace of all that is holy and enduring. The stars above, mirrored in the still pond, whispered in unspoken language, "You are seen, you are known, you are loved." Breathing with the rhythm of the night, the soul softened, surrendered to trust, to faith, to the gentle continuity that makes every moment sacred, every pause restorative, and every breath a reminder of care that never ceases. The orchard glows softly beneath the moon's quiet gaze. The night had settled gently over the orchard, a calm that felt as though the world itself had drawn a slow, deliberate breath. Rows of apple and pear trees stretched into the shadows, their leaves shimmering silver under the tender moonlight. The air was cool, sweet with the faint fragrance of blossoms lingering from warmer days, a subtle perfume that seemed to carry both memory and promise. Every rustle of leaves, every delicate sway of a branch spoke of life continuing in quiet rhythm, guided by a hand unseen yet tenderly present. Walking slowly along the narrow dirt path that wound between the trees, one could feel the soft give of the earth underfoot, the small rocks and roots pressing lightly against shoes. Each step was deliberate, meditative, almost like a prayer made of motion. A gentle breeze traced the contours of the branches, causing blossoms to tremble and drop softly onto the ground, their pale petals resting like tiny blessings across the dark soil. The air carried the soft hum of nocturnal insects, the distant call of an owl, and the subtle splash of water from a nearby creek, creating a lullaby that invited both reflection and stillness. An old wooden bench nestled beneath the largest apple tree beckoned as a place to pause. Its weathered surface, worn smooth by seasons of use, invited hands to rest lightly upon it. Sitting there, one could notice the intricate details, the tiny knots in the wood, the way the moonlight traced silver lines across the grain, the cool touch of the air as it drifted over exposed skin. Each detail was a whisper of constancy, a quiet reminder of care that endures through time, a promise that even in silence, one is never truly alone. Above, a few stars peered through scattered clouds, each one twinkling softly, reflecting on the serene faces of the leaves. A gentle owl watched from its perch, head tilting with careful curiosity, as though acknowledging the human presence without alarm. In the branches, a pair of fireflies began their slow, deliberate dance, glowing faintly, their light mirrored in the wet, soft soil below. Watching them, the heart could sense the subtle choreography of creation, a gentle order that moves beneath the surface of awareness, invisible yet profoundly reassuring. A small stream curved around the edge of the orchard, its water catching moonlight in delicate ripples. Stones, smooth and cool, formed a natural path, inviting small creatures to step carefully over them. Frogs croaked in measured rhythm, as if marking time in harmony with the breathing of the earth itself. Here, in this quiet space, the mind could drift without effort, thoughts unfolding softly, worries loosening their grip, leaving room for reflection, gratitude, and trust. Placing hands lightly on the bench, feeling the texture of worn wood and the subtle warmth of the night air, it was possible to notice the way the orchard seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something unseen, something gentle. The branches bent slightly under the weight of ripening fruit, the leaves trembling with the lightest motion of air, and the soft murmur of the stream wound around these motions like a protective lullaby. Even in small, ordinary things, petals falling, leaves brushing, water gliding over stones, there was evidence of care, an echo of love and attention that transcends human understanding. Above, the moon traced a gentle arc, illuminating the orchard with soft, cool light. Shadows moved subtly, folding into the spaces between trees, creating pockets of quiet that seemed to welcome thought, reflection, and prayer. One could feel the invisible hand of guidance in every pattern, the careful arc of a branch, the steady growth of a tree, the way moonlight rested evenly across the orchard floor. In every detail, there was a whisper. You are known. You are held. You are not alone. A soft rustle indicated the movement of a small rabbit, fur glinting silver under moonlight, hopping carefully through the underbrush. Its tiny, deliberate movements carried a sense of mindfulness, a quiet awareness of presence and attention to detail. Nearby, the wind stirred the leaves, creating a soft, rustling chorus that mingled with the low hum of nocturnal life. Each sound, each motion worked together as part of a tapestry of quiet, enduring care, offering a space in which the heart could rest, confident in the constancy of grace and presence. Sitting on the bench, watching the interplay of moonlight, shadows, and gentle movement, it became possible to trace a rhythm in the world around. Slow, measured, comforting. The delicate drip of water from leaves into the creek, the flutter of wings in the night, the faint shimmer of blossoms in the moonlight, all formed a meditation in motion. Each breath drawn in this space became a reminder of the gentle order of creation, the deliberate unseen work that sustains life, and the enduring presence of guidance and love that flows through every moment. Hands resting on knees, eyes tracing the outlines of branches and leaves against the night sky, there was an awareness of the vastness beyond, a sense of depth, both physical and spiritual. Stars reflected in the stream, fireflies glowed faintly, and the moonlight cast silver patterns on the orchard floor. All around, the night was alive with small, deliberate movements, each carrying quiet lessons in patience, trust, and the gentle work of care. The heart could soften, surrendering to the rhythm of night, embracing the slow, consistent presence that underlies every breath, every thought, every quiet act. The breeze shifted slightly, carrying the mingled scents of earth, leaves, and faint blossoms. Tiny dew droplets settled on grass and petals, shimmering softly in the moonlight. Each movement, each sound, each scent reinforced a profound sense of continuity, of presence, and of unseen attention that tends, protects, and loves in ways beyond ordinary perception. It was easy to imagine that every small detail, from the bending of a branch to the ripple of the stream, was part of a gentle orchestration, a whisper of care from the one who watches over all things with patience and tenderness. As the night deepened further, the orchard seemed to embrace stillness fully. Leaves ceased trembling for moments, the stream's ripples slowed, and the fireflies' dance became intermittent, like quiet punctuation in a flowing prayer. The heart settled into a rhythm, aligned with the gentle, enduring pulse of life, and the quiet assurance that every being, every thought, and every breath is encompassed within care that is steady, constant, and tender. A final glance across the moonlit orchard revealed the quiet majesty of simple existence. Trees, water, moon, and sky interacting in harmony, each element attentive to the other. Sitting there, one could feel a profound, gentle intimacy with the world, a whisper of presence that is at once grounding and transcendent. Breath after breath, heartbeat after heartbeat, awareness expanded, anchored in calm, trust, and quiet wonder at the delicate, unending work of love and providence. The meadow breathes in soft twilight, a calm that soothes the soul. As the sun sank low, the meadow unfolded in a gentle expanse of gold and green, each blade of grass catching the last light and trembling softly in the evening breeze. The horizon glowed faintly with the colours of dusk, delicate purples and amber mingling, painting the sky with quiet wonder. Walking slowly along the narrow, worn path, one could feel the fine texture of the earth beneath each step, a soft giving that seemed to echo the steady heartbeat of creation itself. The air was cool, carrying the faint scent of wildflowers, lavender, chamomile, and something earthy that spoke of rain yet to come, and it settled on skin like a gentle blessing. Bird song had faded with the day, replaced by the muted chorus of nocturnal life. Crickets began their evening symphony, punctuated occasionally by the soft call of a distant owl or the rustle of small creatures moving through the underbrush. Each sound wove together into a subtle tapestry of life, a quiet harmony that felt both grounding and infinite. It was easy in this space to release the cares of the day, to allow thoughts to drift slowly like the clouds across the twilight sky, and to sense a steady presence guiding each small moment. At the edge of the meadow, a wooden fence, worn and weathered, marked the boundary between open grass and the shadowed line of forest beyond. Leaning lightly against the fence, one could notice the tiny movements of life around, leaves brushing softly against one another, a faint flicker of a moth's wings, the gentle sway of wildflowers in the breeze. Each small detail, each subtle motion became an invitation to mindfulness, a quiet lesson in patience, trust, and the tender care that holds the world together. A small pond reflected the waning sky, its surface still and glass-like, mirroring the colours of twilight with a serene precision. Frogs called intermittently from the edges, their voices low and measured, blending seamlessly with the whisper of wind across the meadow. Sitting on a flat stone by the water's edge, hands resting lightly on knees, one could watch as tiny insects skimmed the surface, causing soft ripples that expanded slowly and disappeared without a trace, a meditation in impermanence and continuity. The warmth of the day lingered faintly in the soil, rising gently to meet the cool air. creating a subtle sensation of comfort against bare feet or hands brushing the earth. A gentle rabbit hopped quietly through the tall grass, pausing to nibble at leaves, alert yet calm, fully present in each delicate motion. Above, the first stars began to appear, tiny points of light emerging against the deepening purple sky. They shimmered softly, steady and reliable, and it felt as though they were tiny reminders of constancy, of care that does not falter, that does not rush, that simply is. A narrow path wound through the meadow, leading past patches of wildflowers, small stones, and occasional clusters of low-growing shrubs. Each step required attention, a gentle engagement with the world, an invitation to notice the subtleties that might otherwise be overlooked. The faint tremor of a leaf, the glimmer of dew on grass, the subtle scent of night-blooming flowers. The quiet movement of the meadow, its rhythms and its textures, became a form of communion, a soft, wordless dialogue that spoke of presence, care, and the enduring beauty of creation. In the soft light of twilight, shadows lengthened and deepened, folding over the meadow like gentle arms, protective and encompassing. The breeze carried the distant sound of a stream, its murmur blending seamlessly with the low calls of insects and the occasional rustle of nocturnal creatures. Every element, the grass, the sky, the water, the wind, worked together in delicate harmony, a quiet orchestration that invited reflection, prayer, and the deepening of trust in guidance unseen but profoundly felt. Sitting quietly, one could feel the body relaxing, the mind slowing, and the heart opening to subtle sensations and whispers of awareness. The meadow, vast yet intimate, seemed to embrace each breath, each thought, each moment of presence. Tiny details, petals brushing against skin, soft rustling of grass underfoot, the gentle lapping of water against stones, became a meditation in attention and care. Reminders that every life, every movement, every moment is observed, valued, and held with unwavering tenderness. As twilight deepened, fireflies appeared, their soft, intermittent glow drifting slowly across the meadow. They traced delicate paths through the air, reflecting in the pond, mingling with the last glimmers of sunlight still clinging to distant clouds. Each small light seemed to carry a message of hope and constancy, a quiet assurance that even in the soft shadows, presence and guidance are unceasing. The horizon softened, stars multiplied, and a gentle night settled over the meadow. The air grew cooler, carrying faint hints of earth and flower, a natural lullaby that invited the heart to rest, to trust, and to feel the encompassing peace that the world offers to those who pause and notice. Sitting or lying upon the soft grass, one could watch as the night unfurled around. The pond, reflecting the rising stars, the trees swaying gently, the wind whispering through grass and leaf, each breath a quiet affirmation of belonging, safety, and enduring care. Hands rested lightly on the earth, eyes tracing constellations forming above, ears attuned to the soft symphony of night. Every rustle, ripple, and flicker became a marker of constancy, a reassurance that life continues with gentle attention, that each creature, each motion, each breath is part of a larger, harmonious whole. Thoughts could drift slowly in and out, like the movement of clouds across the sky, settling finally into the steady rhythm of night, peace, and trust. A gentle hush descended, the meadow breathing with the quiet life that thrives in darkness. Leaves shimmered faintly under starlight, water rippled subtly, and fireflies hovered glowing softly, punctuating the night with tiny, deliberate sparks. In this sacred stillness, the heart could feel itself unburdened, carried along by the gentle rhythms of the earth, the unseen care of providence, and the quiet, steady presence that holds all things in tender balance. The river glimmers under the moon, carrying whispers of gentle peace. The moon rose slowly above the horizon, spilling pale silver light across the rippling surface of the river. Each wavelet caught the glow, shimmering faintly, like liquid stars dancing across the darkened water. The night air was cool and fragrant, carrying the faint scent of wet earth and the subtle perfume of night-blooming flowers along the riverbank. Walking slowly along the narrow, meandering path beside the water, each footfall made a soft crunch against fallen leaves, a quiet rhythm that blended with the gentle murmur of the river. In the distance, trees swayed lightly in the night breeze, their leaves whispering secrets in a language only the heart could hear. Occasionally, the call of a distant owl punctuated the silence, its voice deep and resonant, carrying across the water and back again. The river seemed alive, not just in motion but in presence, guiding the senses toward awareness of the vastness around and the quiet depth within. Each step, each breath, became a small act of mindfulness, a meditation on the gentle constancy of life. Along the riverbank, stones smoothed by years of water's touch reflected the moonlight in soft gleams, creating a natural mosaic of glimmering surfaces. Small insects skimmed across the water's edge, and the faint ripple of a fish breaking the surface for a fleeting moment became a subtle mark of vitality in the quiet night. The sound of water flowing over gentle eddies and past partially submerged branches created a continuous lullaby, harmonizing with the whispering wind through tall reeds and grasses. A wooden bench sat tucked beneath a willow tree, its branches drooping gracefully toward the water, leaves brushing the surface with delicate touch. Sitting there, one could feel the cool night air against the skin, notice the faint rustle of the willow, the scent of damp earth rising softly, and the gentle rhythm of the river's current. Every detail became a lesson in stillness and attentiveness, a way to feel the presence of care that exists unseen yet intimately near. Across the water, the reflection of the moon was a soft, wavering mirror, gently broken by tiny ripples. Watching the shifting light, it became easy to let thoughts drift and settle like leaves floating downstream, each moment carrying away worries and leaving a sense of calm in its wake. A pair of swans glided silently across a still stretch of the river, their movement slow and deliberate, the soft splash of water from their webbed feet adding to the evening's delicate symphony. Their white feathers caught the moonlight, luminous and almost ethereal, a gentle symbol of grace and unhurried presence. The path beside the river curved gently, revealing patches of wildflowers, moonflowers, night-blooming jasmine and delicate white lilies, swaying softly in the breeze. The subtle fragrance mingled with the scent of damp soil and river mist, creating an enveloping sense of serenity. Pausing to breathe deeply, one could imagine each inhalation drawing in quiet strength and each exhalation releasing tension, a natural rhythm that echoed the flow of water and the measured sway of the surrounding trees. Frogs began their evening chorus, a gentle low hum beneath the river's rippling melody. Tiny fireflies dotted the meadow beyond the bank, their soft, intermittent glow creating a sense of gentle movement in the still night. One could watch them hover and drift among the flowers, their lights flickering softly in a pattern that seemed both purposeful and spontaneous. The effect was hypnotic, a quiet spectacle of life unfolding in a calm and measured way, an invitation to pause and notice the wonder hidden in ordinary moments. The river widened slightly, forming a shallow curve where the water's surface caught the moonlight more fully, a smooth, unbroken sheet of silver. Walking barefoot on the soft, damp grass near the water's edge, the feet sank slightly into the yielding earth, grounding each step in a gentle, tactile awareness. Every small movement, the brushing of fingertips against tall grass, the soft pressure of bare toes in the cool soil, the slow, measured breath of inhaling night air, became a form of quiet communion, a way to feel the presence of care and constancy that holds each moment in balance. Above, the sky was clear, scattered with countless stars twinkling faintly. The Milky Way stretched like a pale ribbon, a delicate reminder of vastness and timelessness, of creation moving in patterns far beyond the mind's immediate grasp, yet intimately connected to each living being. Gazing upward, one could sense a quiet assurance, a gentle promise that each life is seen, held, and guided with care. The gentle flowing of the river mirrored the constancy of this presence, moving steadily, silently, and yet with profound effect. A small wooden dock jutted slightly into the river, worn smooth by years of quiet use. Sitting there, legs dangling over the edge, it was possible to feel the subtle vibrations of the water, hear the faint creak of wood against the current, and sense the gentle energy of life moving beneath the surface. Each moment of stillness became a meditation on trust, patience, and the intimate presence of unseen guidance that flows quietly through all of creation. Across the river, willows and reeds swayed softly, casting moving shadows that danced in the pale light. The moonlight flickered on the water's surface with every subtle ripple, a gentle interplay of shadow and illumination that invited reflection, an opportunity to notice the quiet wonders of the natural world. Sitting quietly, breathing slowly, one could feel the heart slow in rhythm with the river, senses attuned to every small sound and movement, the splash of a fish, the rustle of leaves, the whisper of wind through the reeds. Fireflies drifted lazily across the riverbank, tiny lights hovering in soft arcs, their glow reflected in the still water, a visual lullaby to complement the natural sounds of the night. The fragrance of damp earth and night-blooming flowers mingled with the fresh scent of water, creating an enveloping sense of calm, a gentle invitation to trust, to rest, to experience the quiet certainty of care and protection. As the night deepened, the moon rose higher, casting silver shadows across the river, each movement of the water softly illuminating rocks, reeds, and the occasional bird or small creature moving quietly along the bank. Sitting in this serene place, hands resting lightly on knees, one could let the mind drift slowly, thoughts floating downstream like leaves, gently settling, softly dissolving, leaving only awareness of breath, presence, and the unspoken steadfast care that surrounds all life. With every passing moment, the river, the night air, and the soft rustle of leaves worked together to calm the senses, to slow the heartbeat, to quiet the mind. The gentle flow of water carried away worries, leaving a clear space for stillness, trust, and subtle awe at the beauty and constancy of the world. Every small detail, the shimmer of moonlight on ripples, the flicker of fireflies, the soft hum of insects, the faint scent of night flowers, became part of a quiet tapestry, a symphony of subtle, low-arousal presence that invited peace and deep rest. The evening sky settles softly, carrying the promise of rest and gentle peace. As the last traces of sunlight faded behind the distant hills, the sky deepened into a rich indigo, dotted with early stars that glimmered faintly, almost like soft candles strewn across the heavens. The air was still, carrying the subtle fragrance of night-blooming flowers, mingling with the cool scent of dew-covered grass. Walking slowly along a quiet path bordered by tall, swaying trees, every step made a muted crunch against the fallen leaves, a rhythmic accompaniment to the hush of evening. The world seemed to pause, holding its breath as the shadows lengthened and blended into the night. From a distance, the gentle murmur of a stream whispered a lullaby, the water tracing a slow, winding path, reflecting the faint glow of stars and the pale shimmer of the crescent moon above. Each ripple caught the light in soft glimmers, like fleeting memories of peaceful moments, reminding the heart of steady presence and enduring care. Along the path, a small wooden fence lined the edge of a meadow, its paint weathered and soft to the touch. Pausing to rest a hand upon it, one could feel the coolness of the wood, hear the soft rustle of grasses swaying under the night breeze, and sense the delicate pulse of life surrounding every living thing. In this quiet, even the tiniest creatures, the nocturnal insects, the occasional fluttering moth, the slow crawl of a beetle over damp soil, were part of a symphony of stillness, a gentle reminder of the vast, tender care that holds the world. A lantern sat on the porch of a small nearby cottage, its warm glow spilling across the garden, illuminating the soft curves of flower petals and the delicate sheen of leaves. The flickering light cast subtle shadows, revealing hidden textures and details that often go unnoticed in the rush of day. Sitting on the porch steps, the feet resting on the cool wooden planks, it was easy to let the mind settle into the rhythm of night, the soft sigh of wind through branches, the gentle rustle of the garden under the watchful eye of stars, and the occasional distant call of an owl echoing softly in the valley. The evening air was cool but inviting, brushing softly against the skin like a delicate reminder to breathe slowly and deeply. With every exhale, tension seemed to drift away, dissipating into the night sky. The mind, once cluttered with worries and the trivialities of the day, began to soften, like the last rays of sunlight dissolving behind the hills. Each inhalation brought a sense of calm and gentle assurance, as if the night itself was cradling every thought, every sigh, every heartbeat. By the edge of the stream, the water moved with a tender persistence, flowing around small stones and fallen branches, its path unhurried, yet purposeful. The soft burble of the water became a guide for reflection, each sound a gentle nudge towards stillness. Watching it, it was easy to feel connected to the steady flow of life, to the quiet presence of care that flows unseen but endlessly through every river, every meadow, every heart. Across the meadow, a few fireflies danced in the fading light, their gentle glows floating like tiny lanterns, marking invisible pathways across the darkened grass. Their delicate movements were random yet graceful, a soft reminder that even in the night, light finds a way to shine. The occasional sound of wings brushing through leaves, the distant croak of a frog, the faint rustle of a small animal moving through undergrowth, all blended into a soft, harmonious lullaby, inviting the heart to settle into the embrace of peace. A bench sat beneath an old oak tree, its branches stretching wide and low, draping like a natural canopy. Sitting there, with the cool night air brushing the face and the soft sounds of nature around, the mind could wander slowly through gentle memories, sun-dappled afternoons, quiet moments beside loved ones, the comforting rhythm of prayer, and the enduring sense of care that has accompanied each step along life's path. Each thought, each recollection became a small meditation, a soft echo of trust and gratitude, filling the chest with warmth and the mind with calm. The moon, now fully risen, cast silver light across the meadow, illuminating dew-kissed flowers and the gentle sway of tall grasses. Its reflection shimmered in the stream, a second moon appearing beneath the trees, guiding the eyes and the spirit toward quiet reflection. With every blink, the world seemed to slow each detail, a leaf trembling, a spider's web glinting, the faint shimmer of dew revealing its own delicate grace, inviting attention and gentle wonder. As the night deepened further, the air grew softer, warmer, almost as if the dark itself were a blanket, wrapping the earth in tender embrace. Breathing slowly, one could imagine the unseen presence of care that flows endlessly through the night, a steadfast guide through every shadow, every whisper, every silent moment. The heart softened with gratitude, the mind quieted with trust, and the spirit settled into the gentle rhythm of night. From the horizon came the faintest hint of dawn's promise, a subtle glow on the edge of the sky, whispering of continuity, of enduring hope, and of the morning yet to come. Sitting quietly, one could feel that even as the world sleeps, care never ceases, guidance never falters, and every being rests securely in the arms of unseen love. Each inhalation drew in trust, each exhalation released tension, and the body, mind, and heart relaxed fully into the calm of evening. The stars continued to sparkle above, steady and reassuring. The fireflies' lights blinked softly in the distance. The stream hummed its gentle lullaby. Every small sound, every subtle motion became a note in a symphony of serene stillness. It was a night woven from quiet miracles, from subtle whispers of care, and from the enduring presence of a love that holds, guides, and comforts, even in the smallest and simplest details of the world. Slowly the mind could drift as thoughts softened into stillness, as the heart beat in harmony with the soft rhythms around it. Every inhalation and exhalation carried the gentle assurance of care, the quiet blessing of night, and the enduring presence of peace. It was a moment of perfect stillness, a bridge between the day past and the rest awaiting, where every breath felt like a prayer, every sigh a soft melody, and every heartbeat a gentle testimony of trust and grace. Finally, the night embraced fully, dark but luminous, calm but alive with subtle movement. The river whispered its last lullabies for the evening. The fireflies twinkled their final lights. The gentle wind sighed softly through the branches. Sitting or lying quietly, one could let the body sink into comfort, the mind drift into serenity, and the spirit rest in the unwavering embrace of care and presence. May your heart rest in this peace, your spirit embrace the calm, and your sleep be gentle and untroubled through the night. Soft crickets and night breeze fade,